30 years.
Why do you think that is? What happened? What changed?
In our studies, red, white, and black, we looked at the experiences. We looked at 6 major plantations to find out what the state of marriage was of slaves. 75% of those slaves had a man and woman raising children. The nuclear family continued to prosper in the face of segregation for 100 years, but all of that changed in the 60s with the poverty movement.
Johnson.
Yes, Johnson came in, and what happened was the social scientists who were pushing socialism on America, Fowler and Piven at said if you disconnect work from income, then school dropout rates will increase, drug addiction, all of those things. And so what the government did was offer welfare as an alternative to a man in the house. We relaxed the rules, we separated work from income, and as a consequence, that was supported by the Black Power movement. Also, the women's movement was anti-man. And so you had a combination of social policy, but policy alone, the federal government enticed welfare. Blacks on welfare. Blacks' welfare used to be stigmatized in the black community, but the federal government began to interpret it as reparations and as entitlements. They withdrew any requirement that you should tell the paternity of the father, the paternity in cases of pregnancy. All of these, so that more blacks came into the welfare system in the first 5 years of the 70s. That millions flooded into the system at a time when the unemployment rate was under 4%. So it is a combination of social policy plus the civil rights movement morphed into a race grievance industry, and many of those civil rights leaders became mayors and elected to public office, where we spent $22 trillion during that period on programs to aid the poor, where 70 cents of every dollar went not to the poor, but those who served the poor.
What percentage of it?
70%.
70% of the 22 trillion went to the people that served the poor.
They asked which problems are fundable, not which problems are solvable. So in other words, a friend of mine described it this way: he's having a cabin built in Wisconsin. His electrician is a drunk, and the carpenter is an alcoholic and has one leg. Their value to him is their skills. But if he was a disabilities director, their value to him would only be the disability. So we have a situation where we have really created a commodity out of poverty.
And by the way, when you're saying these numbers, what it makes me think about is this. So why, if you go back to the 1940s, you know, only 4% of kids that were born in America are to a single mother.
Right.
Okay? That increased from 4% to 40%. Okay? And the numbers are staggering. What's up today? 70% of blacks are different in, different communities. Why do you think this happened? And if you were to say, well, here's how we can get away from this, this is how to fix it. So one, why did it happen? How do we get here? Two, how would you fix it?
Well, first of all, we got here because we had the social policy that incentivized single parents. In other words, I had a young couple. She said that my husband's a janitor and I'm a secretary, and he lost his job. She said, I applied for welfare as a married couple and they refused me. But she said, if I was a single mother, then I can get help. And so you really provide a disincentive for marriage, and you wonder why you get it. You get more of what you reward and less of what you punish. And so over those decades, we have punished single parent households. The more you work, the more in other words, the more you work, the more perverse incentives for you. If I work and get a raise, I'm going to lose childcare. So that's why we have a system that disincentivizes work and marriage.
And you had certain politicians that would use that, but they would spin it for votes. Oh, we're paying poor women to have kids. You would hear that in political speeches. I'm going to change that. We're paying poor women to have kids, and it made it sound like that the poor women were the problem. Right. That they're just taking advantage of it. When you go back and what you're talking about, I think it's important to look at Lyndon Johnson and remember when they were saying the Great Society, it was Great Society for who? Because the government was our government has been actually pretty bad at getting Americans to move and change. They're pretty good at getting us upset, but they really don't get Americans, if you look at history, to really move and change. Our government has never really led, but our government has been excellent at being a catalyst of where they want us to go and to let us go. And to your point, they create this catalyst. You know what they say with explosive? The explosive isn't the problem; it's the catalyst you put in the explosive. So always keep those guys separate. Government has been the catalyst, and what you're talking about is what they did is they knew what they were doing, and they knew that these things would be a catalyst of changing behavior because they couldn't stand at the pulpit of government and demand that you change, but they could put things out there and sit back and watch, and that's what you're saying.
Right, but I also realized that you questioned what are solutions. If you say that 70% of those families are raising children that are dropping out of school, it means 30% are not. What we do at the Woodson Center is we go into low-income communities. We go into the homes of the 30% to find out what is going on in those households. These are people who are raising children that are not dropping out of school, they're not in jail, they're not on drugs, they're confronted with the same economic circumstances. But and so the question is, what is it that's going on there?
Right,
That's
success is close.
Yes. So that's why I fault conservatives also, is that they have been preoccupied when it comes to poverty, but only studying failure. Charles Murray and some of the others, all they do is talk about, okay, if people on welfare, let's take away the perverse incentives. I'm for work requirements. I'm for drug testing. But you can't stop there. What we do at the Woodson Center is that we go look for capacity. And so many of the people in the 30%, we need to hold them up and take what works for the 30% and expand it to the 70%, and that's what we do. But it's a moral and spiritual crisis, and it is not an economic and social crisis. But policy, be the left or right of center, takes very little into account of restoration, moral redemption, faith. And many of our kids who have been able to survive under the worst of stigma is because of their faith. But the whole issue of faith is not even a factor in supporting people's restoration. We have gone into some of the most drug-infested, crime-ridden neighborhoods where there were 53 gang murders in the 5 square block area in 2 years, 25 years ago, DC. We supported 5 young men who were ex-offenders who came to Christ and became redeemed. But they have the moral authority and the social trust of their peers. And so they went into these neighborhoods and brought the leadership of these kids who were doing destructive things. And they became agents of demoralization of these kids. And it's just like in the marketplace, only 3% of the people are entrepreneurs. They generate 70% of the jobs, right? Well, a lot of these organizations are social entrepreneurs. It only takes a small number of them. If you can change them and make them an agents of a restoration, they can change a whole community. And we found that to be the case in this community called Benning Terrace. By just going in and reaching 16 kids who were leading predators and changing their values and their attitudes.
How do you do that?
By witnessing to them. You take some man who has been in jail, who has faced all the challenges of from an abused household, saying, you are not defined by the works of what you were. And I'm a witness that you don't have to stay there because you've been there.
Where did the self-help mindset come from? Where did the self-help mindset come from?
By looking at what we did in the past. In other words, what I've done by learning, if our people could, in the face of slavery and discrimination, build families and restore their communities, then all we've got to do is go back and take the values that served the interests of our people then and apply them today. In other words, taking old values and apply them to new realities, with the consequence that you can. But a witness is more powerful than an advocate, and experience will always prevail against an argument. I debated this with Hawk Newman. It's on YouTube for 1 hour. I didn't argue with him. I confronted his proposition with my facts and saying, if we were able to learn and close the education gap under segregation, why can't we do it today? And so that's what you have. But we don't realize the power of somebody coming to a young man or young woman who has been engaged in antisocial behavior. Supply them with a mentor that witnesses to them to say, why don't you use your skill and talents to rebuild the community and not tear it down?
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
Mental health effects of the current protocol promoted for the care of children and adolescents in the United States who express discomfort with their biological sex. This declaration was authored by the American College of Pediatricians, but really it was developed from the expertise of hundreds of doctors, researchers, and other healthcare workers and leaders who, for years, have been sounding the alarm on the harmful protocols that continue to be promoted by the medical organizations in the United States. Despite recent revelations from the leaked WPATH files and the recent organizations have not changed course. So we are calling on these medical organizations of the United States.
The question should be, what are you learning from this? How would you use this power, the power that Trump's using? Trump's using his power of the presidency, the power that he's given. Stewart said, it's enough with the he is a Hitler. Stop doing that. What would you effing do if you had the presidency? Okay, so, and first of all, John, they can't stop doing that. You know the Democrats can't stop doing the how dare you, and they can't stop calling him a fascist. Secondly, you know what they would do if they had Trump's power. You watch them do it. They made everyone take experimental medical treatments. They locked us down. They closed people's businesses. They they ended a war in the worst way possible and started another war.
They charged him with a felony for selling his house to Jon Stewart, right?
Yeah, that's right. So that's what they did, and then they prosecuted their political opponents. That's what they did. But they had that power. What would you do? That's what they did. You saw them do it over the last 4 years. You know damn well what they would do. They used the power of the FBI to sink 5,000 of their agents out of political movement to disband it, discredit it, and criminalize it. That's what they did. You know damn well what they would do.
They do withdraw this someone who never tells you what they actually think. Like Kamala Harris. And look at someone who tells you what they think, like what's going on. That's what they would do. They really want Kamala. All the never says what she thinks. But this is the cycle we find ourselves in. First of all, Trump dynamics. Every action is met with a very Nazi-ball overreaction. These Americans are sick. They are offensive.
So this is when Trump was giving out pardons. They're like, these are sick. Right? Remember that? When Biden did it?
They were preemptive. They are un-American. This is one of the most egregious, despicable acts in American history. This is sensible military attack. I thought you should take that class. Majored in submissive liberal pride.
But they're talking about Trump giving pardons to the January 6th people. Oh my God. Yeah.
Remember John said last night I should have taken out the submissive liberal crying, which is like funny as a joke. He did take that.
He did take that.
Majored in submissive liberal crying 101. Isn't it? Is it an abuse of hard power? I don't know. But that is his constitutional power. Again, for some reason, we have given presidents the power of the king. And then we say, oh, by the way, we have the power. We're going to get all like kingly and right? As part-time host and occasional funny man, Jon Stewart, calling out Democrats and establishment media for their incessant hypocrisy and fear-mongering about Donald Trump and the Republicans. Welcome to Nerd News. I'm Nerkish, and it looks like it's one of those rare times when the left goes so far that...
No, this isn't neurotic. This is Nerk News.
Even liberals like Jon Stewart are forced to point out their lies, which have been almost too many to count since the start of President Trump's second term. Here's Stewart slamming top Democrats and the media for doing the only thing they know how to do, trying to terrify Americans into doing what they want them to. The return to 1600 Triple Avenue was as disorienting and chaotic as I imagine. Then here we go. Serenity now. Then we can finally catch our breath. We begin to move forward. Intentionality. Friday night massacre. Late Friday night purge. A chilling purge. The purge. Oh! Trump has ushered in the purge! I will take full advantage. Although this is misinterpreting. What is this purge about exactly?
In 300 meters. Continue straight.
You got rid of 17 inspectors general. That only leaves no one knows how many. I have no idea. What Trump did violated the law. You can't just fire these people. Title 5, Section 403 of the U.S. Code of Federal Law. Inspector General may be removed by the President. What? So what's the purge? What's the... Why?
Continue straight. Then, turn left.
Right now.
What? I'm sorry, what? Oh, apparently you can fire them, but you have to give them 30 days notice. Oh, so that's what we're upset about? No! You can do it, but not in that font! That kid knows font! You know, just like Omar, Stewart only seems to see the problems of big government when a member of the opposing party is holding office. I mean, kudos to him for acknowledging it, but the expansion of...
Turn left. Then, your destination will be on the left.
Model status on people. We saw it with Ronald. People saying that, oh, you are my kid's role model. Why don't you have kids at 38? Yet, so, what's his name? When I see you with that whole, are you gay guy?
Yes.
Why you platforming this guy? And the argument was that, but you are the ones who are making celebrities activists. They don't have to be activists. You get what I'm saying? What's your point of that?
No, I agree. Even Sheva made a video now saying, hey man, if you're failing to raise your kids, and it's been a thing forever. Remember that iconic interview Deborah Petter had with Kanye Mbao? Same thing. She was like, yo man, I'm not the guy, I'm not a role model, right? And I feel like and it's the challenge that parents have with their kids versus what they consume. You know? And it's tricky because at the same time you are in a position of influence.
Yeah.
But also, how did you get to a position of influence? You did not say that I'm the one to look to.
Yeah.
I'm the guiding star for, you know, a great life. Your kids must live like me, etc. If you like me and you happen to like me, and then I do something foul, you can't then hold me accountable because you're like, yo, son, I tell my kids about you. I tell my kids about you. I tell my kids, yeah, you must speak like Saul. You know, you must be smart and whatever you think I am, like Saul. Because you make that decision at home. But also, though, at the same time, oh man, it's so tricky. But with somebody like Shebe, come on, bro.
Like for me,
from onset, that's his brand. That's who he is.
To add on to that, but there's also, okay, we can look at it back, guys. I didn't ask to be anyone's role model. I'm also living my life. It just so happens, you know, you guys like me, you like my music or whatever it is that I put out there. But then there's also the other side, which says what's great, something comes great responsibility. Power comes to responsibility.
And it is power and influence.
With a huge platform and influence comes responsibility.
But with Shebe though, come on. But a guy like Shebe, his identity has always been being I'm finding a word for it, man. You know? No, the renegade, the delinquent. He said he's always been a delinquent. He robbed people, he took phones, and when he recorded his first song, was coming in through the window to rob people. So, yeah.
Wait.
Like when he got his first song, he was about to rob the guys. There was a house break-in.
Oh,
right? Yeah, really?
Damn.
He was breaking into the house. And then there were the guys were there with the studio, and they were like, oh, nice beat. Nice beat. I almost stopped your heart from beating. Nice beat. Let me hop on to
that is crazy.
So how do you expect somebody like that to be a role model? Eminem spoke shit about his mom, and it's the truth. It's his truth, you know. Grew up in a caravan park, the white kid, black friends. Life is fucked up. He's got this child, doesn't know how to take care of him, works in a restaurant, and he was rapping about his life and his truth. So how do you then tell a guy like that to stop saying fuck mom when that's his life? No, that's my thing. Like Kanyibao, her rise to fame and to the spotlight was young girl dates an old man because he's got money, rich man. So how do you then expect? Why would you have the expectations of the influence that she comes with for her to have the responsibility of being family friendly when what she has built to that point? I mean, she's done lots of great things since then, acting and right, but to that point, it was built on something that the public frowns upon. So how do you expect then a Shebe to say then, okay,
sorry guys, I'll be centered or
and Matt made a great thing that we expect a lot from him, but he's just living his life, and his fame was almost coincidental. Instantaneous and coincidental. He didn't sit and say, I want to be famous one day and be a role model. He's probably the same guy that he was, maybe even diluted now because there's so much spotlight on him.
Because
than he was 5-10 years ago.
Because it would be weird, like walking on the red carpet with crystal meth. Like, I mean, I'm just saying things. People.
But you know, the Shebe thing, bro. Like for me, and maybe this is my conclusion on that, is what saddens me, and I hate having to say it, but I mean, hey, this is podcast and chill, so we might as well
say it, bro.
Is that thing, I feel like this guy's life is a script that we've already seen. It's a script that's written. We know the ending. We're just waiting for this movie to end, and we know how it's gonna end. I feel like his life story, the script is there. It's written. And we're just sitting here, just watching this movie and just waiting.
How's it gonna end?
We're out here on the other side being like, Shebe, yes, if you can just get proper management, get this, do that, and it's like,
no.
That's true though.
No, but umuntu aka confirm it there. I think what the Zulu guys say is umuntu aka confirm whatever. But we've seen like this one. You can just see. Because I assumed that after what happened with the daughter, right? I assumed that was gonna be a light bulb.
All of us did.
In his career, a light bulb in whatever in his life, even in the people that he surrounds himself with. And Jiggy, now that video with the pipe, bruh, and I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why would you allow this to happen?
Yeah. I'm just happy, man, that he got a chance, to be successul, to live. He probably didn't imagine this 10, 20 years ago, and if he did, he probably thought it was going to be a Somalanyana hood, a big hood guy, comfortable in the hood with a bottle store or two there, living comfortably. But this is probably beyond his wildest imagination.
But also
of the life he's living, and I'm just happy he got to see that. This is sad that moment didn't become the moment.
A catalyst for something,
for something, because he could have taken a different trajectory, the Boogalab, whatever thing. But it's not in him, it's not who he is. He's living his.
With that, again, it's us saying, but okay, you know what, that moment should have changed his life. But if he feels like there was nothing wrong that he did, he can only feel like, a certain, like a portion of responsibility about what happened. But was he drinking and driving? Did he say he was drinking and driving?
Grover and Milwaukee on Metro FM.
Dave Attell was in there, Louis Katz, crazy. Ian, I don't know Ian's last name, but it was, yeah, dude, it was awesome, man. And just to see it come to fruition, that was, I think that's the thing that was really exciting. It was like, wow, like, if somebody does something and they're really focused on it, that they can make something real.
You can actually make something happen.
Yeah.
And I've never done that before. This is the first time I've ever done that.
It was, yeah, I think it was inspiring, probably in ways I don't even realize, because sometimes you get inspired and then it like just hits you later, you know, but it was awesome, man. Thank you. It was cool.
My pleasure.
Yeah, you did. I mean, you guys are making it happen.
Yeah, great.
It is.
Yeah, it's, but it, you know, I always kind of knew you could do something like that, but actually doing it, and actually watching it take place, and doing it like relatively low stress. It was relatively low stress. Like it's, you know, except for a few issues that you have to deal with at the club, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
You know?
And you don't have food, right?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Oh.
Fuck food.
There's, all the condiments and all of that just stains everything and gets on everything, I feel like.
Not only that, you get roaches and all kinds of other shit.
Roaches love ketchup, I bet.
Do they? Everybody loves ketchup.
Yeah.
I like ketchup on hot dogs.
Oh, dude, I bet if you could really get it out of a roach, if you fucking tickled him hard enough, he'd tell you he liked it.
I like relish. Relish is my favorite. Yeah, but we got food next door on both sides of us.
Yeah, they got everything.
Shitty Mexican food and shitty pizza.
Yeah. Just what comics deserve, too.
We got some good pizza last night, though. They got some good. I'm not eating it, but Attell got something from some high-end pizza place. Hoboken something, pizza something.
He's the funniest, man. Yeah, they had a lot of ghost stuff. Like, I grew up in Louisiana, right? And so ghosts and stuff was a big part of the history, you know, especially in the South. You know, I think...
what do you think a ghost is?
A ghost? Probably just some busybody that just didn't get all their stuff done.
Ooh, they were lazy when they were alive, so they hang around after life. You know what it's like? It's like those dudes who would hang around the high school after they already graduated. Like, what are you doing, loser?
Yeah, look at this ghost over here.
Yeah, look at this ghost.
Oh, they had a dude who would bring, like, who was always dating, like, an underage chick, and he's coming, like, hand the McDonald's over the fence at our school.
Oh, God.
But
How old was he?
Oh, everybody thought he was damn Prince Charles. Everybody thought he was, like, the luckiest guy in the world. But he was older. He just, like, was an adult and...
Like a 20-year-old adult or like a 30-year-old adult? It gets exponentially creepier, right? Like if you just graduated and you're 18 and your girlfriend is 17, that shit is completely normal.
Yeah.
You know? But if you're 19 and she's 17, people start looking a little sideways. Huh, that extra 12 months makes a big difference. If you're 20 and she's 17, people will get very upset with you. Even in places where it's legal, where it is legal in a few places, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, and if you are 35 and she's 17, you can't be a comedian anymore. I'll tell you that.
Are you sure?
I don't know. Who knows? I mean,
Who knows?
I don't know.
But it's weird, like, what's legal versus what's okay. Like, it really depends on men, right? Because with men, like, if a 17-year-old boy, if some 40-year-old lady fucks a 17-year-old boy, I'm like, all right, dude, how was it?
Yeah.
Is she crazy? What's going on? If she's hot and he's not coerced and drugged, who cares? But if a 40-year-old man is banging a 17-year-old girl, I get very upset.
Yep.
Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
It's a very different standard for men and women.
Well, now I think a lot of women can be, like, they can manipulate men, too.
Oh, of course they can. They've always been able to do
right,
that.
but that never really kind of gets brought into context. Like, a lot of older teacher women, they can manipulate a young fella.
Oh, they're getting busted all the time.
Yeah.
They're always getting busted. But they get this. They get, don't do that again. Hey, stop blowing kids.
Yeah.
That's what they get. They get a little slap on the wrist. They don't go to jail. They go to jail for blowing kids. No.
You think they don't?
No, I think they have like a little fucking trial and everything. They go, hey, get out of here. Just go. Crazy dick sucker.
Yeah, we're going to get you an Uber. You need to go home.
Unless she's trying to get the 17-year-old to impregnate her. Then you need to go to jail, you freaky bitch.
Yeah, I think
Ruin some 17-year-old's life.
With a kid, yeah.
Well, not just a kid with you. You know, he doesn't know what's going on. He's just trying to bust a nut. Then all of a sudden he has the responsibility of raising a child, and you're making him get a job, and he's got to fucking pay bills. And what about his future?
He's going to fail science, I know that.
Why?
Just because he's not going to be able to do it all. He's not going to be able to have the job and get to school and do it all and take care of the kid. I don't think a child, you know.
Well, good news is it takes 9 months for the kid to come out. So you have 9 months of prep time. We get your shit together.
Do a lot of men, you think, use that time to really grow up, and you think that's why God made it that long of a time period?
I do not think God had men in mind when he was doing that. No. If there is a God, I think they just wanted to make sure that the baby's a complicated organ, or complicated organism. Very complicated. More complicated than any other child of any other animal that's ever been born. Human babies are the weirdest.
Really?
Yeah, that's why they come out so vulnerable. Every other animal comes out and they can move around. For the most part. Although I did see a deer just a couple of days ago on my street. I was going for a walk, and the
mama's deer bounced off a little, and I saw this little tiny baby deer squatted down and laid down the grass, because that's what they do when they're really, really young, because they can't run away from anything, so their best strategy is to kind of blend in and hide. That's why they have those white dots all over their body. The white dots, like say if they're in grass, the white dots obscure their shape. So predators might not see. And I think there's something about their smell. Google that. We finally have internet again. Google what is the smell of newborn fawns, because I think there's like some strategy that nature has with their smell. Yeah, the baby deer has no scent, so predators that may depend on their sense of smell have difficulty finding the young deer. The mother, always close at hand, tends to circle back towards where her baby lies to get the attention of the predator. Yeah, that's what they did with us. So
they're like that deer. They're like that.
Oh, it's false. It says it's false. Well, this one's. Where the fuck is the first one from? The Henderson State University. What a shit fucking university. No, go to the top. Is that where it's from? That's it. What a fucking. Hey, I got my fucking degree from Henderson. Dan Henderson. He's his principal. I asked him what baby deer smell like. He goes, "What are you, a fucking douchebag? Smelling deers?" This is false. Fucking pop up for a fucking outdoor tactical backpack. This is false. Their unique scent is how their mothers identify them. In fact, they urinate on their tarsal glands daily, even when just a few days old.
Oh, they're freaks.
Piss on themselves. Go crazy. Elk piss on themselves when they're horny.
Really?
Yeah, their dick is hard and their dick flops up and down when they scream. Their dick flops and they start pissing all over themselves. They piss all over themselves.
I've never been that.
This guy.
I've never been that horny.
This guy's horny as fuck. And he's a young fella. That's not a big elk. Even though they're big, because they're all big. But that is like a smaller elk. That's like a 300-inch elk, if I had to guess. Cam Haynes might correct me. Look at his big bells. He's like, yeah, he's like scratching on the ground. And he's trying to get his scent everywhere.
He's got that limb on him, huh?
But he's just flopping around. See, he's pissing all over himself. And then he's laying around. He's like, oh, they want to fuck so bad.
That's Joe's juice right there. That thing is serving, huh?
You know what's crazy about them? They're only horny like that for like a month.
Yeah, thank God, dude. They would ruin a schoolyard. I mean, that thing.
They do ruin a schoolyard.
If they run onto a schoolyard.
If they're horny and people get stupid, oh, take a selfie. They get fucking speared. Like a 700-pound super athlete.
I hate having that much wiener, I feel like.
Really? You don't know until you have it. You just have to find the right gals.
No, I don't think so. You think so?
I feel... No. Don't show me this. Don't show me this.
I think this one was okay. This actually wasn't the one I was looking for.
Oh, you crazy bitch. Get the fuck away from that thing. Jesus Christ.
The bison kind of attacked, but it didn't keep attacking.
Why are people so goddamn stupid for the gram? You know how many people have died taking selfies? I saw this video the other day on Instagram. This lady who died taking a selfie on the side of a cliff.
And can you imagine too because you know what's going on. There's a moment where you realize, oh, I'm taking a selfie and I'm gonna die.
No, I don't think they realize it until it's too late.
She was posing for a picture here, and the bison sort of just said, "Get the fuck away from me."
Yeah, he just gave her a little of that, like, look at her. She's still uncoordinated.
Yeah, she's
with her stupid backpack filled with fucking Capri Suns. Falling down. Fucking potato chips in her backpack and shit.
Oh, dude, I saw a monkey and a young black woman fight over a bag of chips. There's a bunch of those.
Monkeys will steal your shit.
Cambodia, yeah.
They will steal your shit. They will run up on your table and steal your food right off your plate. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Give me that sandwich. And they just run off with it.
They don't care, man.
They don't care. Did you hear about, was it India where the monkeys started jacking puppies? In India, a dog killed a monkey, so these monkeys went on a rampage and started chucking puppies off roofs.
Oh.
They would carry puppies to the top of roofs and fucking chuck them off the roofs.
Like a Maltese.
Yeah, monkeys blamed for hundreds of puppy deaths captured in India. So they bring them up to the top of a fucking building and throw them. Villagers claim animals were carrying out revenge killings after dogs killed an infant monkey. Speaking of which, have you seen what's going on with orcas? So a female orca, the matriarch, the head of this female orca pack. The head of the orca
when you say
pack,
orcas, what are you talking about?
Killer whales.
Oh, damn. All right.
That's orca.
Oh, God.
So they started sinking boats, and they're teaching each other how to sink boats. Apparently this boat fucked up one of these orcas. Because sometimes what happens is something will go wrong and a propeller will hit. They've happened all the time with sharks. It's happened with whales. Propellers will fuck up a dolphin.
Oh, yeah. My friend Dave got pushed off a boat and he got hit by it. When we went over him, he got pushed off the front.
Oh, jeez.
And it fucking hit him.
Where did it hit him?
I'm not sure. He wasn't that great to start off with, but it didn't help him. I don't think it harmed him much, you know. It's like,
it helps some people. Some people get whacked and it helps them.
It helps them.
You know, Kinnison and Roseanne are my two favorite examples. They both get hit by cars. Wildest people I know. Well, I don't know Kinnison, but I know Roseanne real well. She got hit by a fucking car when she was 15. Bad. She was in a mental institution for 9 months afterwards.
That's wild.
She was a straight A student. She couldn't count afterwards. She couldn't do math. Couldn't do anything.
That's unreal.
She got the lady. There was a. She was driving towards the sun, and the lady couldn't see. And Roseanne walked right into the street when she was 15 and got fucking clipped by a car from back then. You know, those big old fucking sleds.
Oh, this thing's vintage.
Caprice or something like that. Some giant fucking.
Those LTDs or whatever.
Yeah. Some big ass stupid fucking car just cracked her. So so there's an orca attack in Portugal. So they started doing this. They say the boat something hit us. So this is from 2021. But what I'm talking about is very recently.
I think that this was an article that was explaining it. This is just an example of it, like the content.
So it's happening quite a bit off the Iberian coast. The Iberian orcas has taught at least 9 other whales to attack and destroy rudders.
Wow. So it's like a Middle Eastern thing?
I just think it's a thing with a particular area where the orcas in a particular area have had problems with people.
I see.
And so they've decided to let them know who the fuck is the boss.
Take action.
Yeah, they're fucking up people's boats.
It's hard to tell what's happening in the video, but they explain.
Bro, I'd bring fish. I'd be like, I'm not that dude, I'm your friend.
Yeah.
Here's a mackerel.
Here's a mackerel. Here's a can of tuna. I would bring them.
Yeah, but they might be a little upset about the can.
I think they...
Friend and benefactor. And by winning the friendship and support of the Negro, the white liberal is able to use the Negro as a pawn or a weapon in this political football game that is constantly raging between the white liberals and the white conservatives. The American Negro is nothing but a political football, and the white liberals control this ball through tricks or tokenism or promises of integration and civil rights. In this game of deceiving and using the American Negro, the white liberals have completed the operation of the Negro Civil Rights League. Sell our people out for a few crumbs of token recognition, token gains, token progress.
Now, when you hear this speech is given in the 60s, maybe late 50s and 60s, because he died, I want to say February of 1965, and MLK died, Dr. King died April 4th of 68, right? So this message is being given at a time where it's like, wait a minute, were white liberals the same then as they are today? Have they been at it for this long of a time? Or even Malcolm X said this? How do you process what Malcolm X just said in this message?
I totally agree, and it's been the foundation of everything that I have done since then. That's what drove me. I go further by saying that many of the black elected officials and others commit treason against their own people by using race to deflect attention away from their own failures. In Baltimore, Freddie Gray was killed. That's when, to deflect attention away from why are blacks failing in school systems and in cities run by their own people for the past 50 years. If racism were the issue, then tell me why are they failing? But the answer that they give is, well, the police are agents of white supremacy. There's always a racial deflection that prevents them from taking responsibility of why they are running their systems. But many of them are hypocrites because they don't live by the same rules. Eleanor Holmes North, Jesse Jackson, all of them sent their children to private schools in Washington while opposing school choice for poor black people. So you have this contradiction, but race really is being used as a shield and a sword, a shield to deflect attention away from their failure to address problems that were promised by the civil rights movement.
How can you manipulate for this long, though? If one may ask, how can you manipulate? 2012, 93% of African Americans voted Democrat. 2016, 89% of African Americans voted Democrat. 2020, 87%. So 93, 89, 87 voted Democrat. And, Malcolm X said this at the year that he said, this is 60-something years. How can you manipulate an entire voting bloc, an entire community for this many decades?
Because race is a very emotional, deeply emotional issue. It's like the state of Israel is to Jews. It's an emotional issue, like abortion is to the right to life. And so it is a deeply, and they know it, and they do manipulate it that long. But also it's because Republicans have not been competitive either. When they were successful. Look at Dick Riordan in L.A. He was the first Republican mayor in 35 years. How did he do that? Dick Riordan planted charitably 2 years before he harvested political. He went to the low-income Hispanic community and said, what is it that you need to rebuild your community? And he brought some of his friends to the table, and they built a state-of-the-art facility so that those communities could engage in after-school activities to teach English. It was only after he planted charitably that those liberal Democratic leaders embraced Dick Riordan. He became the first Republican mayor in 35 years, and when he got reelected by 60% of the demographic. DeSantis in 2018 got elected because of the black vote. He ran against Gillum, right? Andrew Gillum. But DeSantis only won by 32,000 votes because 100,000 low-income black parents voted because of his position on choice in education. They voted for him, even though Barack Obama and Oprah Winfrey was brought in to campaign for Gillum. So you have 100,000 blacks voting against Obama and voting against Oprah to elect because they made a decision based upon the content of the issue. And not enough Republicans did what DeSantis did. And when they do, I think they will be competitive. But apathy is what's keeping blacks. Also, if you look at some of those high-crime neighborhoods, in the mayor's race, only 8 to 10% of people vote because there's such deep apathy in those communities. But low-income blacks are sleeping giants. They're going to wake up one day soon.
Low-income blacks are going to wake up one day.
Wake up and realize how they're being pimped and how they're being used.
What's the tipping point? What needs to happen for them to wake up?
I think the violence that is you're seeing now, a lot of unrest. 80% of black Americans polled do not support defender police. 80%. But you won't know that by looking at the media. You know, that, and 60% of blacks do not believe that racial discrimination is the biggest barrier to their flourishing. And so the challenge that we have is to, and what we're doing at the Woodson Center is giving voice to those people. We have about a couple thousand women who are Voices of Black Mothers United. These are women, moms who lost children to gun violence. They're coming. The leading cause of death of black kids is homicide. In Silicon Valley, it's suicide from TV. And in Appalachia, it's prescription drugs. Well, the Woodson Center brought together representatives from those three communities, former Mothers Consortium. And it was just common ground there. We united. And so what we must do is we must de-racialize race. But it's not enough to talk about what you're against. You've got to talk about what you're for. We should be for the saving of the children's lives. And so what we're doing at the Woodson Center is mobilizing mothers from those three communities to come together and say that we must do everything we can to fill the hole that's in the hearts of our children that causes them to devalue their life to the point where they're willing to take their own or take someone else's. They're different sides of the same coin.
Did you find out what the reason was for homicide, for suicide, and for prescription drugs? Like what's the reason?
Emptiness. Emptiness. When you keep telling, when you keep broadcasting to people that they live in a country that despises them, particularly the low-income blacks, that you live in a country that despises you, like the 1619 Project said, that racism defines them, all whites are villains and victimizers and they're privileged. That message gets communicated to blacks that perhaps the reason that this is happening is because they are unworthy. So the message of unworthiness comes from the very people who are supposed to be social justice warriors. And you say to a child, a white child, that you're devalued because you're privileged and you are an oppressor. Those are really dangerous messages that we're sending to our children when we keep saying to them that they live in a country that despises them because they're white and derides them because they're black. I mean, that's a very poisonous message. And that's why at the Woodson Center we're doing everything we can to mobilize that consensus among the people suffering the problem.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
It is not a race problem in America.
When you say that, a lot of people disagree with you. They would say, how could you say that? You know, maybe maybe it wasn't back then, but you don't know the America today. You know, you don't know what's going on with the challenges they're facing and the level of racism they're experiencing today in the marketplace because maybe you are disconnected, kind of like how you were when you thought everybody was black until you joined the army. You realize that you only hate the black. What do you say to the people that literally 100% disagree with you and they say there is racism today? It is a challenging time today. What do you say to them?
I say, look at the evidence. Look at the evidence. You know, a lot of people are like the farmer that came to the creek where it was like it was 3 feet high and moving at about 20 miles an hour, and he forced the mule in and it was swept down the creek. A year later, he comes to the same crossing. This time it's only 6 inches. The mule refuses to go in because the mule had good memory but poor judgment. Conditions were not like they were back in segregation when I was locked up twice in Mississippi. Conditions have changed, but many of us but again, look at the evidence. When whites were at their worst, we were at our best. As I said, in 1930 to 1940, when segregation and racism was enshrined in law, blacks had the highest marriage rate of any group in society. Elderly people could walk safely in those communities without fear of being assaulted by their grandchildren. So let's look at the evidence. When we refused access to hotels, we built our own hotels, financed by our own means. The Wallahaji in Atlanta, the Carver and Calvert Hotel in Florida, the St. Charles in Chicago, the St. Teresa in New York. I could go on and on. When we were denied access to colleges, we built our own. And in fact, our small business formation rate was higher than whites in the 20s, and that really determines any group's participation in the economy. It is not what government does for you or what white people do. In fact, I think those who continue to push this race agenda are Eurocentric. They assume that the destiny of blacks is determined by what white people do. That has never been the case. We closed the education gap in the South between 1920 and 1940. How did we do it? Julius Rosenwald, the CEO of Sears, came together with Booker T. Washington, and he put up $4 million. The black community matched it with $4.8 million. We built 5,000 schools to teach ex-slaves how to read and write. And as a consequence of that study, that between 1920 and 1940, the education gap in the South between whites and blacks was 3 years. 8th grade for whites, 5th grade for blacks. Within 20 years, that gap closed within 6 months. There were 5 high schools at the turn of the century in New York, Baltimore, Washington, Atlanta, and New Orleans. They had used textbooks, overcrowded classrooms, half the budgets of white schools. But every one of those schools out-tested every white school in those cities. If we were able to close the education gap between 1920 and 1940 through self-determination and hard work, if we were able to out-test white schools in those cities, then the question is, in those same schools today in Baltimore, for instance, where they're run by blacks, not a single student could read a grade level or perform at grade level. And so how can you say that it is racism that is the cause of the present day challenges when under segregation we achieved? One other example we gave from our studies. In 1943, blacks were prohibited from being naval officers. Eleanor Roosevelt was persuaded her husband to train them, so they selected 16 black college-educated men for training, the Naval Academy, not Academy, Naval Training Center. The Navy says, aha, we're going to give these black cadets in 8 weeks what we give white cadets in 16, so they wash out. When these brothers found out what the deal was, they covered the windows in their barracks and stayed up all night and studied. When they were tested, they scored in the 90th percentile.
Wow.
So then they said, well, they cheated. So they tested them individually. They scored in the 93rd percentile. 13 of them eventually became naval officers. They called them the Golden 13. You can look it up. That test, the test scores today has never been better. So, again, I respond to people with evidence. The incarceration rates of blacks from the turn of the century up to the 60s.
ufisa ukudlula kuyo indawo athanda uvota yonke into apha. Futhi abantu angazange
defense for a second, and I'll try to do this often. He hasn't been a member of the DA. So these are ex-girlfriends. He's talking about ex-girlfriends. He's not talking about some girl that lives over there that everybody likes or some people don't like. He's talking about his own ex-girlfriends. He's saying, they did this to me, he did this to me, he did this to me. And he hasn't probably gotten a chance to.
Fair enough.
Yes.
But they're all competitors. I get the ex things because he was there.
And he knows a lot more intimate details about them. That's why he can say family-run business, cult, and I don't know what he said about the ANC.
Said they're directionless.
Direction.
Yeah. I feel like he's trying to appeal to the same guys who are funding the DA.
He knows who they are. I have no idea.
Oh, come on. It's business. It's big business.
Yeah.
I mean, big business funds the DA. It's Johan Rupert, etc. You know, and apparently, Mighty Jamie, I subscribe to his channel a lot, the dissection. He said that, in fact, in that book, the Stellenbosch Mafia book, there's a chapter where Rupert talks about Floyd.
Really?
Yeah,
in a positive light.
Yeah, and it was Floyd who said that Rupert should go to and have that like the public should know him at a personal level, and he must, because he's always been almost like an enigma, a guy, you know.
Yes. Because we don't
the mystery around him,
yes.
And then we saw a candid interview with what's his name from Power FM, and apparently it was Floyd, if I'm not mistaken, who said to him that, hey, you can actually, you know, just people need to see this side of you. Go on this particular platform.
You said it in the last episode that the political party will be formed, whatever consultation it goes through. That is an obvious. They're just going through this journey, and I have a feeling they'll be participating in the next election, in the local election. That's coming in a few months. But I have a feeling they're going to participate, because already there's a team of people that are saying we are part of this. Some from the MK, some from EFF, and that are saying we are definitely a part of this. So we'll see how it all turns out.
Nah, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's gonna do well. I'm very skeptical.
South Africans will tell us. The question I want to ask though is there witchcraft in South African politics? Of course, because that's what he said. That's what somebody said. That Duduzile's head was taken, and is there? We know there's
taken to Malawi apparently.
We can for a second we can take a detour, talk about witchcraft in soccer, because I know that you know about.
Yes, we see it.
Where? Which team?
Oh, no, I don't know. Hey, man, all I know is I'm a fan of the Pirates. The Pirates, man, you're not so grounded. You know those nice jackets and something. We saw it when we were at the stadium, actually. When they come in, I don't know. And then there's the big guy who's part of the technical team. Who's always, you know, he's always like.
No, he doesn't do it like that. That's obvious. They all go into the. What's that? The goalposts.
Yeah.
All of them, the entire squad.
Yeah.
They go into the goalposts and stand there for a minute or two, and then you see somebody pouring something at the goalposts, and then when that's done, they walk out of the goalposts. That's what happens.
I don't get it, man. Like.
And then they lose the game.
And also people are questioning, or does it really work because he's still gonna lose anyway? Like for instance, with the Floyd thing, if he went to Malawi to go get whatever it is that they accusing him of, it really didn't work because look at what's happening in his life right now.
Maybe this is what was meant to happen in his life.
Okay.
Maybe this was the plan.
The plan is to go get to Mutsi in Malawi so that you can leave the MK, but you don't even want to leave the MK.
It's not your own party.
Okay.
Maybe this was the plan.
Hey man, we need to bring back shame, man, you know?
Yeah.
Like, for real. Because there's a clip. I know now you asked me if you want to play anything, but there's a clip. The Kokumaweni show.
Yeah?
Where Baloya live.
How?
Yeah, like, oh man, you saw that clip, right?
Yeah, I even talked about it on thing when I was asking, have we gone too far with content in South Africa where it's a lot. Like, literally somebody is on television telling the world, I am harming somebody, basically. You can't lawyer somebody.
Yes,
but
anyway,
that's what it is.
But you should come around. For real, man. It is like, for me, it's like, have we gotten there, you know, as a country? But I feel like it's also the unemployment thing, because even if it's staged,
the
only reason somebody would do that is for a couple of thousand rands, I don't know how much they get paid. You know what I mean? But to be willing to literally lose your dignity like that, you know, in front of the whole country. Lawyer, even if let's say lawyer, but you know what I mean? Even if it's state.
Do you think ANC by lawyer?
No, come on.
Self-imposed, everything with the ANC is self-imposed.
Yeah.
What's lawyer?
Yeah.
By the way,
you see they don't deliver, man.
Yeah, sorry, before you forget, there's a clip, fact checker must look for it, where Silver's talking to this older gentleman, I forget his name, and for me personally, it encapsulates everything about Floyd as a politician and Floyd as a person, because there's a saying that to be a good leader, or to believe that you want to lead people and can lead people, there's a certain arrogance and delusion that you should have, because I mean, who thinks that I'm gonna tell people what to do, I'm gonna be their leader, you know? So there's a certain level of delusion that comes with that, and there's that. So look for it. It's Siswe Mpofu's channel, and this older gentleman, what's his name?
I think it's Obra Mashiko.
Yeah.
Oh, he's phenomenal.
That is beautiful. That is a beautiful conversation that he had with Siswe about Floyd.
Yeah, wow, man. So we'll see how it all ends up. I wonder if they'll get the votes, because my biggest worry with South African politics is that how there's already small black vote, and I call it small deliberately because all the parties are taking small,
fragmented.
You know, exactly. So I wonder if it'll, in the bigger picture, will benefit anyone at all. Or they say if two kids are fighting over the ball, the kid next door, if brothers are fighting over the ball, the kid next door is going to get it. And that's what happened in Swani once, and it's likely to happen again this time. Because all these small parties, black parties, are fighting for the same small cake.
And the funding as well, it's from the select few. And they do it deliberately to further fragment the black vote and then solidify the DA, which is the one biggest white party. You know, we see Freedom Front Plus, but that's like Afrikaans sort of, you know what I mean? So it's strategic, divide and conquer, and it's being driven and fueled by greed of guys wanting that seat and to earn from politics.
But here's another thing though, the elephant in the room that we always try to avoid talking about, which is tribalism. Will that become a factor now because of what's happening with Floyd? Because if you saw the conversation when he was doing all these press conferences, there were mamas that were, you know, in the periphery about that. Is this now gonna get to a point now? It's a matter of what tribe are you from that will align you with a particular party? Because the EFF was avoiding that, obviously. It was an inclusive kind of party, and they were very adamant that we should not even be having that conversation. But I think now we're getting to a point where it becomes unavoidable. What's your take?
I don't know. I don't think so. Because, and I saw someone pointing out that Floyd has, and I don't know how true this is, but I haven't seen a lot of interviews, for example, where he speaks Tonga. And he for me, he hasn't been that. He's not a Papa Bear. He hasn't been I'm carrying the Tonga nation on my back. You know what I mean?
My mic is off.
That guy.
It's simply it's killing my mic.
Are you on now? Yeah, for me, he's not a tribalist kind of guy.
No.
So I don't see the party being that. He's not like Jacob Zuma, and I'm not saying, I'm not accusing Jacob Zuma of tribalism, but we all know he's a Zulu man. A lot of people don't even know that Floyd is Tonga, for example. So he doesn't lead with that. So I don't see it shaping the identity of the party.
I don't see it shaping the identity of their efforts. However, it's always been, you know, a small, tiny virus in the South African politics. The Zulu nationalism, specifically. And I'll highlight that specifically because, but I will also point out that MK has never painted itself this way. It's an unfortunate reality of our own history, of apartheid that divided us by culture, by racial groupings and all of that. So we carry a lot of those things inside of our DNA. And once in a while, they'll flare up. The IFP in the 90s, it was that kind of stuff. And people are always thinking, exactly how you even presented it, you said it's an elephant in the room. People see it that way, as but I don't think it'll go there. I think we're matured enough not to end up in that space. It'll be crazy to see the Zulus are fighting the Zulus. That'll be madness. I don't see us going there at all.
But you're right, though. It does always, happen because of our history. That's why even in Malushina Monday, there's still a between sections.
That's still there.
It's still there.
It was created. It was created by an apartheid government. It was very clear that they're going to divide us because as a divided people, we are not able to fight collectively. And we see ourselves that way. We continue to do it in a lot of ways. But fortunately, you're also dealing with people who don't see themselves that way. I forget to
actually.
See?
Yeah.
Because I'm out there in Joburg.
Yeah, Joburg. Good point. It's not the thing. Yeah, but you can feel it though when you are in KZN.
Yeah.
I was in Umtata as well, and you can only simply because of the language as well, and the language barrier. And somebody, you stick out like a sore thumb. That, okay, he's not. And a guy will say, "Hey man, put this clothes on, man. 10 to 40." So you feel it when you move into those areas. But in Joburg, it's not really a thing.
I was told once in KZN, but it's Finley. Yeah.
For real?
Oh yeah, I was told. But it changed my life. It got me to learn Zulu. Yeah. Manje ngitshela kahle ukuthi nayi ingulube yanginode. I overcame my issues successfully.
Yeah, it can get hectic in case because I know I'm not Zulu. Sometimes they'll say like
In 500 meters.
you remember even with the Floyd thing. No, it wasn't Floyd.
There was a Shangan moment.
Yeah, there was in the past 2 weeks or so. Yes, and the guy, it wasn't coming from a bad place. That's just how they're like Ishanga in a way, because the people were speaking in the crowd, like there were murmurs while the person is trying to address them, and obviously she's speaking in English, and then the guy had to explain that
engifisa ukudlula kuyo indawo athanda uvota yonke into apha. Futhi abantu angazange
to sneak it into the conversation. You need to be able to use it very convincingly. Tavo, you had a suggestion, but I don't think yours is actually...
I'm barely coherent as it is. Nah, I'm gonna throw words in there.
What kind of word? What kind of word?
You
Like
just
an
say with a geheim. You want to...
yeah. Like geheim.
There's other things I don't
Yeah,
think are.
maybe we should use the
Plural.
Geheime.
Meer as een.
Geheime.
Ja, meer as een secret.
Okay.
Meer nou sien met 'n ander kant. Meer as een.
Geheim. Because we're talking about recipes.
Ja, wat is die geheime of 'n geheime ingrediënt in jou kos? Wat is die woord? Bestanddeel. Ja, 'n geheime bestanddeel.
I was thinking phantasmagories.
No, man. What
Since
is
you had Paula on topic politics recently, and she even said phantasmagories. You can say the beskyt phantasmagories. The rest is tasty.
Well, you got any good Afrikaans words for me?
Yeah, I think you should use the word naas.
Naas. What?
You don't even know it. Yes! So I'm the real Afrikaans. That's not how it works. Wait, nar. It's spelled K.
Okay. Knar.
N-A-R-S. Knash. Oh.
Like squeak. I don't have no idea. It's good. I don't know.
Okay, it's Nas. It's definitely not Nas. Okay, even I need to. What is crunchy?
Class.
No, guys, no.
So that's what Google says, which is I'm imagining what Willie did all lessons.
Okay, maybe.
Record it.
Oh, okay.
Like, I wouldn't trust Google Translate.
Sorry, I'm taking my laugh back. Sorry.
Still funny. Graag.
Yeah, but that's not really cool.
So class is your word that I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, you just pronounce the K. It's not like...
Usually, yeah.
I mean, I think we can call this a nietskeppen, like
Is it like bros?
a new word that you just create.
What did you say? Hey? Bros.
Bros, yes.
What's bros?
Crunch. Is it not bros?
It's crunchy.
I don't know.
Yeah, like...
You know what? I think we need more suggestions, right?
Can help.
Okay, so what if you were me, or if you were listening to me and you thought it was funny, I guess, what word would you want me to say?
Yes, exactly. So if there's a word like nosh, I would really want to know that.
Okay, 08255055151 Slats Afrikaans. In the meantime, Jezza, J Lo of the South African variety, Jeremy Loops, he pulls this one, go again. Shake it. The question should be, what are you learning from this? How would you use this power, the power that Trump's using? Trump's using his power of the presidency, the power that he's given. Stewart said, it's enough with the he is a Hitler. Stop doing that. What would you effing do
if you had the presidency. Okay, so, and first of all, John, they can't stop doing that. You know the Democrats can't stop doing the how dare you, and they can't stop calling him a fascist. Secondly, you know what they would do if they had Trump's power. You watched them do it. They made everyone take experimental medical treatments. They locked us down. They closed people's businesses. They they ended a war in the worst way possible and started another war.
They charged him with a felony for selling his house to Jon Stewart, right?
Yeah, that's right. So that's what they did, and then they prosecuted their political opponents. That's what they did when they had that power. What would you do? That's what they did. You saw them do it over the last 4 years. You know damn well what they would do. They used the power of the FBI to sink 5,000 of their agents out of political movement to disband it, discredit it, and criminalize it. That's what they did. You know damn well what they would do.
What they do, they look for all this someone who tells you what they actually think. Harris, and look at someone who tells you what they think, like the Scooby. That's what they would do. They really want to come on all the states what she thinks. But this is the cycle we find ourselves in. First of all, triple dynamics. Every action is met with a very nice small overreaction. These patterns are sick. They are offensive.
So this is when Trump was giving out pardons. They were like, these are sick. Right? Remember that? But then when Biden did it.
They were creative. They are un-American. This is one of the most egregious and despicable acts in American history. This is sensible. I thought you took that. Major and submissive liberal pride.
But they're talking about Trump giving pardons to the January 6th people. Oh my God. Yeah.
You heard what John said the last thing? I should have taken out the submissive liberal crying, which is like funny as joke. He did take that.
He did take that.
Into the mixture. You're in submissive liberal crying 101. Isn't it beautiful? Is it an abuse of hard power? I don't know. But that is his constitutional power. Again, for some reason, we have given presidents the power of the king. And then we say, oh, by the way, with the power, you don't get all the kingly balls, right? This part-time host and occasional funny man, Jon Stewart, calling out Democrats and establishment media for their incessant hypocrisy and fear-mongering about Donald Trump and the Republicans. Welcome to Nerf News. I'm Nerkish, and it looks like it's one of those rare times when the left goes so far that...
No, this isn't neurotic. This is Nerf News.
Even liberals like Jon Stewart are forced to point out their minds, which have been almost too many to count since the start of President Trump's second term. Here's Stewart slamming top Democrats and the media for doing the only thing they know how to do, trying to terrify Americans into doing what they want them to. Return to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue was as disorienting and chaotic as I imagined. Then we had a week. Serenity now. Then we can finally catch our breath. Begin to move forward. Intentionality. Friday night massacre. Late Friday night purge. Ensuing purge. The purge. Ah! Trump has ushered in the purge! I couldn't take full advantage. Although this is a misinterpreting. What is this purge about exactly?
In 300 meters, continue straight.
Got rid of 17 inspectors general. That only leaves no one knows how many. I have no idea. What Trump did violated the law. We can't just fire these people. Title 5, Section 403 of the U.S. Code of Federal Law, Inspector General may be removed by the President. What? So what's the purge? What's the... Why?
Continue straight. Then, turn left.
Oh, apparently you can fire them, but you have to give them 30 days notice. Oh, so that's what we're upset about? Oh, you can do it, but not in that font! That kid knows font! You know, just like Omar, Stewart only seems to see the problems of big government when a member of the opposing party is holding office. I mean, kudos to him for acknowledging it, but the expansion of...
Turn left. Then, your destination will be on the left.
Word. I didn't say the N-word on camera, so because I evolved. I evolved. I wouldn't say I grew, but I evolved. And I became the culture. Nigga, I became the culture. I embodied the culture. I had spent the last 8-10 years in Stop 6, right outside the projects at the Classy Lady. So I had been working with the culture. I went and joined poor people. I didn't live in the hood, homie. I didn't just go down there and work with children. I brought my kids with me. I slept down there. I ate down there. Niggas thought I was homeless because I was sleeping in my car down there. I slept next to the barbecue pit, nigga, so I could make sure that motherfucking wood was hot in the morning for when the kids got up. Let's go, yeah. So I became the culture. I became people, the people. I was in the blood neighborhood saying fuck the Bloods. Yeah, no, listen. When all the gangbangers would see me, but they couldn't deny the fact that I was buried in the blood kids too, and they wouldn't. They couldn't deny the fact that they were seeing me go get kids out the juvenile system. Who was innocent for crimes that they didn't commit but was locked up for. They started seeing me having events in the community. When people were going to jail for driving on suspended license, we was getting that done away with. I started having STD clinics, nigga, at the hood spot. where niggas sell weed at, where we bootlegging and gambling. I got the STD clinic set up right here. Yeah, and I had the health department. They gave me over 20,000 condoms. Yeah, nigga, I pull up on all the hoes in the hood, nigga. Making sure. Well, no, not no babies, the prostitutes. See what I did? I put all the condoms in a bowl, like a candy bowl, in the club. And niggas just come get free condoms. Then I went to the host road where the young girls, 18, 19, like Harry High, we ride through, see them young girls. They find them motherfucker. You know, she's 20, 22. She need to be in a strip club, but for whatever reason, we already know niggas, most of us ain't got condoms in our pocket because they hide them motherfucker. Boy, them $10 3 rubbers, boy, making them fuck them, bro. I'm fuck up raw. They were high last day. They always been out. You either steal them or you just raw dog. Or you go to your, what niggas say, you got rub on? Most niggas, I ain't never had a nigga say, nigga, I got a bag of these motherfuckers right here. Nigga have a box of Swishers. Niggas will have 200 packs of Backwoods. Niggas will have 40, 50 pounds of Michael Jordan. No condoms, and he fuck every day.
Hey, but you know, some people say, man, if I gotta use a condom, I ain't.
The conditions are gonna create something where when you go on the job, your supervisor gonna mistreat you your whole time. You can't tell nobody. Just like slavery. When he see his kind coming in, that's what he gonna take care of. He gonna take care of his kind until you and your kind we're already seeing it. For one, when the last time you talked to a nigga? But they still can talk, and they are wealth of knowledge that we don't even talk to. See, I've been talking to the niggas the last 12 years. That's why you hear me say nigga this, nigga that, nigga this, because I understand that we are not African descendants of slavery. We ain't. We the seeds of the nigga slaves. We the seeds of the nigga slaves. We are a nation of people who are trapped in bondage, right? It's made. Come here. It was made. We trapped in bondage. A nation of people trapped in bondage. We have no name. We want to be black, colored, Hebrew, Muslim, nigga. We niggas. Niggas. Seed of the niggers. Nigger slave. So we don't have a name. We don't have a religion. Well, you can't be a nation of people to get reparation if you don't have an identity or a religion. You don't even have a flag. So how can they reparate us in anything when we haven't even been identified yet? Come on, so niggas, we don't read nobody books. We just believe in the spirit of God. The spirit, homie. If I'm locked in a cell and I'm thinking about killing myself at 13, 14 years old, and these white folk won't give me the Bible, how do I access God? What if I ain't know how to pray? What if my mama teach me how to pray? How do I access God? By the spirit. Not that book. Well, for that book, I get played on with the book. For one, what if I can't read? What if I can't read to comprehend? What if my reading comprehension is also low? I can't never understand about it. And I got to rely on this man who could be a pervert, to give me a God, to give me his God, his report. That's why I got to be able to see some people are living testament when they God talk, and most people aren't a living testament when they God talk. That's why they talk when they God. So we could never get back to those people who don't really understand what they do. Europe don't have a religion. All religions were created from Africa. All religions were created in Africa. All religions were created in Africa. Even the Catholics, everything was stolen from Africa. That's why the Catholics got the religion was stolen from Africa, used by the white man to control the masses. If they really believed in religion, then the white man could never be so. They dropped bombs on countries on the young guys. President Trump first entered into the White House, our commander-in-chief. One of the first things they did was drop a bomb on Syria. And the name of the bomb was called Moab. M-O-A-B. Mother of all bombs. It's one of the largest bombs ever dropped in history. To this day, I'll be able to show you just in case. Yeah, y'all gonna get me killed talking this deep. Let's go back to the let's go back to the TikTok. saying this shit. I'm saying, man. So I make a joke about it. To finesse 2 times. I was really just joking, you know. I said, man, what's wrong with that little motherfucker? Somebody molested that little boy, so I'm just really just fucking around, joking. So when they respond to me joking, you know, I'm an internet troll. So, you know, I'm gonna troll the situation. They got a kid in the club. In my mind, these street niggas, these real gangster niggas. So they're not gonna respond to me. Why would you respond to a nigga? They say it's a snitch. Why would you respond to a nigga? They say it's the police. And you're already saying call the police on this nigga, right? You see him working with law enforcement. So in my mind, y'all not learning this. No, but listen. Nigga, just talk. So in my mind, I come up on the niggas who pull my say, you better not say nothing to that nigga. We over here getting money, fucking with this nigga. You better leave that clan alone. You know what them niggas do that with your internet niggas do. Fuck that nigga. That's the old nigga I come up on the hand me, right? So in my mind, you can't tell me for this 2 times ain't that good nigga. Cause I'm listening to the lyrics. Way talking to the lyrics, this nigga cheating, nigga. Okay? So in my mind, nigga, for one, your homie, you still a kid. You don't know fuck what he said, my nigga. You still teaching us over there. And we gonna play and all that, but nigga, I'm your audience, you know, we're not gonna push you out to like that, nigga. So we ain't gonna throw you to the wolf one time. Right? The nigga police ass nigga. So now you got the other 2 niggas standing on side, oh yeah, they make it. So now they endorsing the threats with finesse. So I'm saying to myself, I know these niggas can't make this nigga. I'm saying to myself, man, I'm disappointed like a motherfucker. Man, these bitch ass rapping niggas keep disappointing me. T.I. disappointed me. Boosie, Tupac, I can go on down the list. I'm looking in my mind, oh, these is thoroughbred G niggas. They not finna respond to no nigga online talking and ain't hit you, ain't threat. So my mind didn't get so I've been working out too, man. So in my mind, homie, these niggas, not that they're above me, but nigga from the position they in, nigga, I'm not speaking to that nigga, homie. So when that little nigga did that, at first it was funny, till I started listening. And then I started hearing the endorsements from the grown folks. I said, oh, they don't know who they fucking feel. No, they don't know, no, nigga, I don't take no disrespect from no kid. Yeah, it was all fun, but all that, what you gonna do to me, we gonna script you, man, now I know what to do with this. 911? Yeah, I know how 911 help. I got an issue. So in my mind, homie, this kid has to be in a detrimental situation. It has to be some negligence there. So nigga, I deal with any person who's been doing what I've been doing for the last 12 years, working with kids, report what I believe is child endangerment. Yeah, so I reported child endangerment and all that. That wasn't no skit, that was real life shit. Tupac, I ain't had no confrontation with him. Tupac, he tricked us in, nigga. He played gangster, got killed. He wasn't no gangster. He was hanging out with gangster niggas on me, screaming MOB. And everybody knew that was the death of him. He should have known. The nigga he kicked was a real motherfucking gangster. He cost him. We can say white man killed Pac all day long. Pac killed Pac being gangster. And everybody who personally knows him will tell you that. He wasn't supposed to go sign with the nigga. Everything that go gangster on him is destroyed. Everything that go gangster gets destroyed. America only glorifies the gangster in movies. Only to the real life set his motherfucking ass on fire. Yeah, so the NBA said that we're not gonna announce what we're gonna do with Jay Morant until after the NBA finals. That ought to be a hint to let y'all know they finna slam his ass. They don't want no distraction. That's the hint. Homie, you can't numb your nose. Rich, powerful white people. They give him a chance. You see what happened to OJ, didn't you? OJ went to prison for going to go take back some shit that was stolen from him. Because he dumped his nose. When he came out and said, hey, I got a book coming out and say if I did kill this. Man, what? Nigga, what the man? They said, okay, nigga. Same with Lucas. He's been antagonizing the police on side the roads, cussing out. I spit on him. So now he's back in trouble again. After beating 5 murder cases. You got to turn right and go straight. If you can throw the nose. The nigga who was the head of the so-called black militia, black in a not fucking around coalition, they started thumbing their nose at the white folks. Going to the motherfucking Klan headquarters rallying, like they really gonna do something. Yeah, and they got niggas with tennis shoes and women out there together and all that, right? So they went and got the leader. You don't see the nigga marching. They went and got their arrested leader. They didn't shut it down. You kids snapped their head and everything, yeah. That's what happened. They don't make no noise no more. But the white boy know you playing when you call yourself Grandmaster J, Grandmaster Flash, and you the head of a militia. You got a DJ name, nigga. White boy ain't taking you serious. Motherfucking Chris Kyle and the American Sniper. Nigga ain't got no nickname. No, man, we want a nickname. That's how I know niggas ain't serious. Akbar, Mohammed, Leroy, Jenkins. Man, nigga, that ain't your name. Nigga, when it's time to revolute and it's time to die for our people, we ain't got no name, nigga. about these niggas, they want to change their name. Your name was given to you for a reason at birth, brother. And you go deny that legacy and bloodline of what was given to you and who you are. That's your family's legacy. And you gonna be Ray from neighborhood privilege. Come on, my nigga. The Bushes, the Reagans, the DuPonts, Hiltons, the Hineses. Many people were their name Pride. Rothschilds, Chases. Many people, the Kennedys. Many people, the Jacksons, the Carters, Beyonce. Many people were their name Pride. Fuck, I'm gonna change his name for a nigga. I'm a white. Great. My granddaddy was the first black man in Fort Worth, Texas, on a restaurant in a hotel on the west side. Come from the military. My grandmother, which is his mother, was a slave by the name of a nigger slave by the name of Lucille Hilton, property of the White Stone Plantation. Why would I be ashamed of Charleston White being on property of the White Stone Plantation? A nigger slave. My grandfather's name is Freddie White. He's the oldest of 17. Everything up under him is a Hilton. My grandfather got the slave master property, and we own the land to this day. So I can trace my lineage back to the nigger. Okay, my nigga. So I'm saying, when the last time you talk to somebody old and soaked it up? That's why niggas rob and steal from each other. That's why brothers and sisters today hate one another. Can't get along. One of them can't wait to get the up on the other. Because when we used to sit down at the table together, for one, everybody was home by supper time. Back in the day, nigga, everybody rushed home, and I gotta get home for supper. Mama, daddy, everybody. Their son come in late, nigga, daddy looking at him. You know what time supper is? Everybody mad at you because you ain't here for supper. What supper time did was give dad and mama and the family, we looking at each other. If daddy done kick mama ass, guess what? Daddy was sitting up there like an asshole nigga, mama out there looking at everybody quiet. But he feeling shame. Yeah, the son looking at him like, well, I can't wait to show, but we all looking at one another, engaging one another. Because at some point, let me see the P. Yeah, pass me the P. Now, when I say pass me the P, what you doing? Nigga, you had to be full. Now we really breaking bread. Now we passing around the table. We don't do that nowhere, none of our household. You get your plate, you go in the room, I get my plate, I'm finna go on the porch with my friend. Look, the son go get his plate, go in the room and sit on the floor, and everybody's divided. Eat. That's why when they grow up, if we don't carry no tradition, guess what? When I got my plate, I'm running y'all in the same household, and we don't eat at the table together. Never. We're not those people. We are now the hateful, hearted white man that used to hang a motherfucker from the tree, and he just wasn't satisfied with hanging. Burn it, let's set his ass on fire, and put the fire up under her and set him on fire. Matter of fact, I'm cutting his dick off too. And they say, don't get everybody. And we all stand around and watch them motherfuckers burn to death. And we got our kids out there taking selfies. That's what those people think. The people we see in the pictures around the dead nigga hanging, we those people think. We carry the same spirit, we got the same mind, and we got the same action toward one another. Ain't no nothing, homie, we got the dog. So this will go on for another maybe 30, 50 years. We only got 2 generations of black children. So the black children we see today are gonna be like children of the corn. They're gonna rape their sisters. They're gonna beat up their mothers. They're gonna stomp out their grandmothers. This group here is real vicious. That's why we gotta put out the fire of the little kings. We have to. If I tell y'all, this little boy told one of his sisters, "I'm gonna send this one 50, but bitch, I ain't sending you nothing." And he had all the money. And his siblings are sitting over here. The mother just went to jail, stabbing their grandmother, and the kids witnessed it. And they struggling bad. But they watching their brother hold money this high. You don't think when he go back there, one of them siblings gonna set him up to get robbed? Because of not that they're gonna get him, they probably would because of the resentment, envy, and jealousy that's being bred from taking him out in a way. And the other kid saying, Miss Charles, don't you think you're right? Listen to my baby, he's just a 10-year-old kid. He don't know better. Y'all be mad at you, bro. What he do? He know right. Baby, what y'all need? I got it, I'm gonna send it. So that's why a lot of people in the household wake up to run outside the house to go be friends with their neighbors rather than their brother. Because of what's being bred inside the home, division. My mama didn't allow me and my brother to high side and talk about one another. You over your day, man, my mama would whoop me. No, we couldn't do that. We couldn't talk about each other as brothers and sisters. My mama would play that. So that comes from the household. Your dad didn't come get you. That's why you don't know your dad. My mama come and slap you in your motherfucking mouth. But there are some people come in the household that was allowed. So guess what? They more friends with they more family with their friends than they are with their family. They really come over here with their friends and talk about their family. Nobody's blaming you, but what the youth are blamed for are their actions. Because you know right from wrong. You know if you shoot your gun and kill somebody, you wrong. You know if you steal, you wrong. Then don't nobody have to tell you that, you feel it. And that's what we got to get back to. Nigga, you know what's wrong, right from wrong by what's inside of you. When you tell a lie, do you feel that? Nigga, if I tell a lie right now, and everybody in this room believe me, and nigga, I know I'm lying, nigga, I would drive away feeling horrible. There's some niggas home. There's some niggas go tell the same lie somewhere. It's some niggas home that see you drop $100 and be flat, they flat broke. They see you drop that $100 nigga, and to pick that $100 up, and to feel bad, to hold it in their pocket. Say the guy, where you go? That's me. don't know who told you nigga pork was bad. All food is bad now. How they process it. Chicken, pork, fish, noodles, rice, cheese, milk, bread, everything is fucked up now from how they process it. Our ancestors ate slop. Pig this, pig that, pig this. The only difference was they didn't stay inside. You got one species who come from a cave. Inside of a cave is cool, it's dark, windows down, moist. That's how most people have their houses. The people who come from the caves develop diseases and carry diseases, asthma, sinus problems, sinus infections, right? The sun people who come from the sun don't go in the caves, because if you take a flower and put it in a dark cave, it's gonna die because it needs sun. We the flower and we sun people. So somebody done tricked us to run it from the sun, because now black people will not go out in the sun. It's too hot out there. It's 108 degrees outside. Naturally, your body is at 100. How's 108 degrees really high? That's your mindset. White boy, you tricked them. They took you out your power. You can go outside. Who do you see outside now? The Mexicans. The new niggas. The new niggas. Getting all that sunlight. That's why they strong now. That's why. Listen. So let me break it down. So they done tricked us out the sun. They done tricked us out the sun. And boy, they done took us away from our pork. Between that pork and that sun, the nigga lived to be in his hundreds and his 90s. He didn't eat that beef like white man. All the cancers come from the beef. It's coming from the cow. The cow's milk. That red motherfucking meat. Now that chicken fucking these niggas ass up being worth because how they process it. It ain't got a beat no more. And niggas used to grow their own motherfucking chicken. Niggas used to fry their own motherfucking chicken. When did niggas start buying chicken from the Asian chicken spots? You gonna tell me there ain't no black person nowhere in this city that can outcook these Asians and frying fish? They can make a battle. But we run to the Asian spot. So they done told us, man, don't eat that pork. But they run into this beef. Man, that beef is so, the cyst that's on beef is so, because beef is the only source of food. It's already a dead carcass. We're not supposed to be eating dead carcasses anyway. That's the white boy. He a caveman. He eat raw meat. It sounds funny, but why do you think you eat a steak bloody raw? That's his diet. That's not ours. We don't have the same genes. That's why they got to come over here and tap into ours. So if you're going to smell, so he eat raw meat because he like to taste blood. That's why when you saw Deontay Wilder and Fury fight and that nigga licked that nigga's blood. You know why? Y'all laughing. It gave him strength. Like the sun. Listen, homie, like the sun give us strength. The sun weakens him. Why you think he show up everywhere? He'll eat a woman's pussy bloody. Because it gives him strength. They even got some drinking it. Order the drink because it gives them strength. Because of what they're made of. We're the only people on this earth, on this God-given earth, that has 100% human DNA. We are. We better not be drinking nobody's milk. We better not be drinking nobody's milk. When you get through breastfeeding your baby, that baby's supposed to not drink no more milk ever again. Almond milk is not milk. The white man made that because he like milk. He has to drink animal's milk. The black woman used to breastfeed the white baby. The white woman ain't never breastfed no nigga baby. And the white baby became strong and healthy off that nigga's milk. And they go, as soon as he get out there teething, guess what they gonna give him? Bloody meat. That's his diet and ours. See, they got y'all believing that the pig is bad because when the white boy get the pig, he treat the pig bad and make him eat all this. But the wild hog eats vegetation. The wild hog eat vegetation. They don't tell you that. You know, we miseducated, man. Yeah, we miseducated like a motherfucker, but hey, I'm gonna keep playing dumb.
And that's my thing right there, man. Like, when I hear you, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I hear you even in the lives with antics, and I'm like, I know how to take the candy out.
Like the old nigga told me, man, only those that have ears will hear. Only those that have ears will hear. It ain't for everybody, my nigga. All of us ain't gonna. Some of us gonna get left behind. So a lot of us just got to die off in vain. There's gonna be a lot of kids just die. You know why? Because they disobedient. And they said disobedient children days shall be numbered. So a lot of kids days will be and are being numbered because they disobedient. They won't listen to their mama. They won't listen to the coach. They won't listen to me and you. They won't listen to those. They have to die. There's a lot of old niggas gonna die in the state that they in. They don't get another chance to get it right. They gonna die convict. They gonna die broke behind them child support. Their kids ain't gonna. They have to die like this, my nigga. So the next generation arrives. We're watching it. We're watching it from the. George Floyd to the Trayvon Martins to the King. We watching it, homie. We watching us be eradicated with no consequences to nothing that's eradicating us. It's almost like God have taken his hands off of us and allowing us to be wiped out like he did the old devil before us, who was supposed to be his people. I don't believe there's no biblical text, there's no Hebrew text, there's no spiritual text that's going to align us with God. It's going to have to come from the parents restoring their hearts back to their children. I think one of the saddest things in the world is for your children not to inherit your belief system in God. Your children grow up and not believe in the God that you been carrying. I think that's the worst thing you can do to kids. Let them go find a God on them in this big old world full of God. can't be all crap. My brother just come home from 114-year sentence on a murder case. I did 7 years on 12-year sentence on a murder. My Uncle Wayne been in prison. My granddaddy been in prison. My aunt be in jail. Keisha in jail. My mom got to see all these people there. This weekend, and I never heard her complain. We all that. With her God. Her God and be all that. We don't win Muslim. We don't win atheist. We don't win pimp God. We don't win gang God. Crip. We done tried all the God. Mama's still holding on to her God with love, compassion, dignity. I ain't seen her break weak. I ain't seen a moment where she wanted to give up. Seem like I'm trying to say, man, did my mama get horny? I ain't who fucking mama. Then mama got married. So I know I watched God work through this woman. So if ain't nobody God's real, I know that woman God real. That's the one I'm gonna grab hold on to. Y'all know about your mama God. I don't know about the Hebrew God. I don't watch this woman God, and I done tried to debunk the God. I went Muslim trying to debunk. I've been rebelling against my mother's God, trying to say, man, she don't know what she talking about. That's just that. I can't do it wrong.
That's a transition to be, but to go from where you were, and I said, you said with kids, and fast forward into like now you're kicking out the right now. Yeah. But still the hate is coming. You know what I mean? Like how are you able to deal with that, knowing that what you're doing, what you're saying, you really impacting young people?
Yeah, when you throw the dirty knife at me, I'll pick it up and throw it back. That's how I talk. I throw it back at niggas. Yeah, that's how I deal with it. Yeah. And then if it get too hectic, I get serious and say, shit, kids real life, fuck you, tell. See, because if I get mad, it ain't too many people that can question me if you ain't done this kind of work. If I wrote out my resume, if a nigga just Google my name on it, half these niggas can't even talk to me. And I did all this over 10 years, and I never asked for $1 from nobody. I ain't applied for no grant, I ain't took no white folk money. I did it grabbing my dick, talking shit. Yeah, my nigga, bold with the boldness, because they say the spirit has to be bold, go forth. The spirit that goes forth has to be bold. And nigga, I put white people, gangbang, whoever I think wrong toward them. I'm with it. Homie, so when the police kidnapped me, right, my homeboy son killed a high-ranking police officer before. So now I really got kidnapped by the police. They took me from the jail to the crazy house, to a mental asylum, and nobody knew wrong. See, this that gangster shit niggas just be talking. See, Dr. King used to come up missing from the back road. And they don't know why no real. They gotta try to call the president to find out where he was. And they got his ass in jail. Them 3 reporters that came down from New York to Mississippi, they went missing on the back road one day. They found their ass buried in the car, all 3 of them dead. And the shirt was ass. The movie called Mississippi Burn. Check it out. See, that's what they used to have to go through back then, right? So when they get me in modern day time, it took me from the jail to the mental asylum under the Sandra Bland Act. Most people don't know the Sandra Bland Act. I ain't just motherfucker. Yeah, I hope they go do their research because that's why your government is pushing mental health. Because the Sandra Bland Act, it strips you of your due process. So Sandra Bland had a smart mouth. They said she was dealing with some mental illness. She killed herself, right? They didn't really want to strip her. So if you got a smart mouth now, you'll end up in a mental hospital. And you'll never see a judge. And nobody knows where you're at. Because you're not going under constitutional laws. You're going under HIPAA laws. Can't nobody police you with medical information, so nobody knows you're an adult. That's why they push this mental health shit. And they give the police officers discretion to decide. So if he want to be a real asshole, boy, you one of them bad ass niggas, you bucking, we'll hide you forever. Because under the mental health situation, you can be civilly committed. That's why they pushing all these shit. Because they started doing this with sex offenders. The sex offender who was sentenced to 20 years. And he's getting out. And they've done this 20 years. And they said, man, we think he gonna do it again. But he ain't done nothing in prison. Well, I think he gonna do it again. So we're gonna civilly commit him. Google these words, civilly commit and Sandra Bland Act. Homie, you can be stripped and ain't nothing nobody can do. Play bad if you want to. And they think you crazy. So it's called Senate Bill 1462. So black people was clapping. Sandra Bland, mama came down here and everything. That's probably one of the worst things that they got over here. The young niggas standing at the store, standing around in the park before they came to drunk. Guess what? However they want to play now, nigga. See, we screaming and squabbling about some bullshit. Okay, y'all don't want us to shoot you. We got some more shit for you now, nigga. But niggas ain't helping. Niggas ain't keeping up with the law. So they get me with this motherfucker because I'm playing bad. And nigga, this time I'm a bad motherfucker. Nigga, I'm standing toe to toe with the police. I done went to hell security for my nigga mama, for my nigga and his wife. While the police had their funeral. So, nigga, when they got me, in my mind, I'm saying, man, y'all can't do this motherfucking shit. I'm laughing like a motherfucker. Man, y'all forget me from making it. Nigga, I'm a political figure. Yeah. So, when I go over there, I say, man, I ain't seen the boy. Nigga, I ain't seen the judge. They kept me. Can't the boy you come get you? I'm sitting there telling myself, yeah, nigga, you been talking that bad ass talk. You been talking that Dr. King talk. You been talking that Jesus talk. Don't cry now, nigga. That's what they had to go through. See, if you ain't got no leaders going through nothing, nigga, they ain't being targeted, them ain't your leaders, my nigga. Cause they gonna put some pressure on them, they think they can do each other. Say, man, all them rappers, say, man, them Jay-Z's and them Mike, say, no, them ain't the one. Say, man, listen, no. So I ended up staying like 7 or 10 days. I never seen a judge. By the time I seen a lawyer, nigga, I was probably on my 5th, 6th, 7th day. I already shot up the through. And to this day, I can't tell you what they did. All I kept seeing, I never seen a doctor. So what they do is they put you in a world of experiment. They need doctors, right? So where do you think most of your doctors go get their practice in? The mental hospital. So all of them student doctors. So now I'm looking, I'm saying, man, it's the Twilight Zone. You know, my mother said, son, I don't know what kind of trouble you got yourself in. The lawyer said, ain't nothing nobody do. I'm thinking to myself, ain't nothing nobody, man, it's a marriage, somebody do something. No, not with this law, homie. We playing right now, my nigga. And these people ain't playing, these people put things in place for us. If we ever want to get back at anybody, laws will prevent us from no further. We could never stand up so because they know our children will one day. We won't never hit back, we won't never spit back. And I'm including myself, us alive today as black people, we're more cowardice than the slaves. We're more cowardice than the niggas who were riding on the ship, looking at each other, saying, say, let's try to take it now. And nobody did. Did they go back down or let's knock it back down? We're more coward than those people. And we have to be, if we want to stay alive, if we want to be happy in America, we have to submit to our coward nature. What we feel as black people during police shooting, that's God talking to us. But won't none of us act. Won't none of us respond. All that anger, all that shit that we felt, no, we feel it, we see it. Guess what we do? Well, we go back to watching basketball. We are submitting to our coward nature against our nature. Because the first rule of nature, and we're not self-preserving ourselves. We out of nature. Yeah, we got the white man nature. And that's why we like his restaurants. That's why we like his basketball. We like his sports. We can't break away from him. If he moved to a neighborhood, we go right where he go. We believe that when we wake up in the morning, every day that the white man's gonna be able to cut the lights on. And one day he won't. Yeah, because Russia got some shit that can stop him. Or China got some shit that can stop him. North Korea created some shit that can stop him. So we still got faith in him. We still think he's the biggest and the baddest, and he's not anymore.
So I know a lot of people got the moving out of America, moving in Africa.
I wish I would.
All that, like, what's your thoughts on that? Like,
the niggas didn't go, well, I'm a nigga. Why would the nigga leave nigga land? This nigga land. Our ancestors never went nowhere and didn't want to go nowhere. They just wanted a little piece of land over there and be left alone. I don't want to go there. I don't want to leave America. Nigga, I want to go down there to Tijuana, Mexico, maybe fuck something in Tijuana hole. But then I don't want to go there. I don't want to go too far deep off of Mexico. I still like fried pork chops. I like collard green. If I leave America, where I'm gonna find it at? I'm not into fufu and African mumbo jumbo food. Homie, I don't want to leave America. There's nothing outside of America that intrigues me. I'm still intrigued by the niggas. Boy, when I learn about them niggas in South Carolina, the slave niggas that come up out of Alabama, I'm still intrigued by them people, homie. Fuck, I care about anything else for. Yeah, we got shit, man. Damn, I'm enjoying them.
Can I be real? Can I be real? Say something?
Man, now we ain't got to go ahead. We get about 10 more minutes, man.
Every so, man, before we get into that, though, one more quick question I have for you. The transitioning from the internet sensation to now we see you all around the world traveling. Just seen you recently with TK Kirkland. Y'all doing a show like
56 city, 4-country world tour with Live Nation. Live Nation, it's only 3 comedians now. TK Kirkland, Dave Chappelle, and Kevin Hart. They only do Live Nation. So TK Kirkland had been watching me for some years. And so he felt like he believed in what he seen. So he met me, met the man. I observed the character. Looked at the people that's around me and what's around me, and he felt confident enough to tell Live Nation that I would charge somebody hosting the tour. So they didn't hesitate to say yes. Las Vegas, July 7th. So yeah, man. So let me just say this the first entertainment, black entertainment put their own public. The rest of them been trying to shun me, ban me, erase me, silence me, close the doors on me, rather than showing me. My prayer was, I know I got some talent. I just need a motherfucker to look at me, and they looking. So I'm saying to myself, man, all these people looking. Why wouldn't nobody say, come here, let me show you something? He for real wanted to do it. I've went to many comedians. I've had many comedians. I've been backstage at the DC, all of them. We done kicked it.
Don't fuck up, that's it. Okay, no.
Ti mo ano?
Ano ang bandolin sa sak? Ang bandolin niya sa pala. Oh, bethu nabantwana bam. Rồi. Tôi thấy có anh chị đó. Anh chị cả. Hai bữa, bên cạnh chị lấy chị. Ai charge được thì cô charge. Hả? Cô bật lên. Ai được rồi?
Do you like it?
La sini. Ah, itu dia. Non, je suis monté ça.
Tin.
311 22.
Wafted up the smell, like, whoa, what is that? Jesus Christ. Well, dogs are doing that with their ears as they're running. They're wafting up these scents. So they can pick up little minuscule particles of scents as they're wafting up. And then my pit bull had longer ears. He had ears almost like a Labrador, but he was a pure pit bull. Big fucking head, just jacked body. And he would, like dogs would come, like dogs that were loose would come to the fence and fuck with him. And he was crazy. He just couldn't get to them, and they would be fucking with him. And one dog pissed on his fence, like just lifted his leg, a Labrador, came by, pissed on his fence, and so he started slamming his head into the metal bars, like so his wrought iron metal bars, and he slams his head into the bar, and he's like mostly head, right? Like, pit bulls are like 50% head, and he's just like fucking, and he gets his fucking head through, and I hear all this noise, and I'm alone in the house, and then I hear this noise, and I look out the window, and I see Frank with his head like wedged between the bars, and I see this dog right outside the gate that was pissing. And I was like, oh my God, he's gonna get out. And so I run up to the fence, and I get to him right when his ass pops through he bent the bars, and he got out. And so it's me running down the street in my socks, chasing this dog, and Andy do Frank, baby. He plowed this dog right into a pile of trash cans, right in my neighbor's trash cans, and I got a hold of his collar right before it fucker. So then I had to have another bar welded all around the perimeter of my fence to keep him from separating the bars. So this Israeli dude came over here, and he was the welder guy, and the fence guy, you know, and he's like, what happened to your fence? And I said, the dog did it. He goes, this fucking fence? Did this dog bite this fucking fence with his head? I go, yeah, the dog peed out there. He goes, bro. I go, yeah, that's a crazy dog. It's a different kind of dog. Oh, that's Mike Perry, dude. That's a different kind of dog. Yeah, different kind of dog. They don't care about pain. Pain doesn't mean a fucking thing to them. They just want to get out. Like this dog was like, I don't think the dog was. I think the dog was like being friendly. Like you're like, whoa, smell my pee. You know, he's a Labrador. Right. He's just like, like, I'll feel this over here. He thought he was fine. It's like, oh, I'm a cigarette. Probably didn't even know what a pit bull was. Yeah. This dog's a lot louder than me. Yeah. What's going on over here? Oh God, that dog's wearing he has a chain. I had this one neighbor that had a dog that he never chained. I mean, at all. It was basically a wild dog that he fed. It was a boxer. And this dog wouldn't listen to anybody. When they leave him in the house, like if they left the screen, so like they left the door open, the screen, the dog would just fly through the screen, just burst through the screen and go out. And then he'd come home when he was ready.
You couldn't, all you just had his own like plan or whatever?
They were really close. Oh, look at this dog. Is that a pit bull too? Yeah. Look at it. That's what he did. That's what my dog did. Oh, he bent the bars, man. Yeah, they're different. You gotta really make sure that your perimeter is secure with a dog like that. But this dog is not a superstar. It's just a little boxer.
I think I just got so nervous. I think just like I would be so nervous around them, you know. And
but you should be if they're not trained well.
And we didn't grow up around any dogs. You know, except for like dogs that were in our neighborhood. And they were more violent animals. We didn't have any like dogs in our home or any experience around dogs. You know, I remember first time I ever met a indoor dog. It was, I didn't know a dog could even be indoors, right? And I was at my buddy Scott's house, and they had a golden retriever. And this bitch came around the corner, dude, and I was like, who the fuck is that? I mean, it was like the most beautiful thing. I mean, it was just like
fluffy and beautiful, gorgeous.
Fucking long blonde hair. It was like Suzanne Summers. We just and I was like, damn, that thing is fucking fine. You know?
Suzanne Summers.
I just never seen a dog look like they had like gotten a good night's sleep. You know?
Remember Suzanne Summers with the Thigh Master? Yeah. All she had was this spring. Tightening up the pussy muscle. Because that's what you're doing. Like there's a lot of, like it's not squatting for your butt, it's not lunges, you're just tightening up them pussy muscles.
Oh, dude, squeeze that dick, squeeze that dick, squeeze that dick. Thing's gonna gleek by the time you get done with it, dude.
See if you can find the ad for the Thigh Master. A lot of ladies bought that too, because they want to look like Suzanne Summers. Look, it's just a spring. She's still looking good. She's like 1,000 years old.
Oh yeah, she's still looks really good in my head.
One of the biggest blunders in all of television though. Her and Three's Company.
That's great.
Yeah,
what happened to it?
Crazy negotiations. She wanted more money. She was demanding more money because she had become a giant star. And so they basically relegated her to, she wasn't even on the show anymore. Like there was one episode where she made a phone call and she called them when she was on vacation. That was her in the episode. Her in some totally different location, calling them on the phone. And then they eventually replaced her.
Yeah, I remember they got a new woman.
I think it was like, you know, she got an aggressive agent. It might have been a husband, one of those deals. Yeah, I was like, I got this. I want to fucking, you deserve more money. It's just like what happened with Call Her Daddy. That's a similar situation. You know the Call Her Daddy podcast?
Oh yeah, Alex, what's her name? Colin, no, Alex Cooper, yeah.
She had a co-host. Right. And the co-host had a boyfriend, was an agent.
Something Franklin. Sophia Franklin?
Is that it? And then Portnoy told us the whole story.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, it's like the dude thought that like, she's gonna be this, she's a fucking star, you need to pay her more. And like, you know, they had a deal. The deal's a deal. She wanted more, and then there was negotiations. And yeah, so her husband, former television producer Alan Hamill, went to negotiate for her, asking for $150,000 a week, which was the average that men were earning on television at the time. Okay, it's not television. Yeah, it's like saying, oh, well, brain surgeons make this, and I'm poor, so I deserve it. And on par with what her co-star Ritter was making, John Ritter. She said she didn't know at the time that Ritter was making more since the three of them had a favored nations clause. What does that mean again?
Favored nations, I think, is like what is it? It's in.
I thought that means that you all make the same amount. Is that what it means?
No, I think it's a Inuit thing, isn't it?
No. That's First Nation. MFN provision is a term including a contract for products or services that prevents the seller from selling its products or services to the buyer's competitors for a lower price or on better terms.
Oh, I thought this was a Choctaw, dude. I didn't know what they were talking about.
Favored nations contract. I want what she's getting. Favored nations.
You know, agents will ruin a lot of stuff. Oh, God, yeah. It's unfortunate, huh?
Yeah, omnipresent in entertainment contracts certainly gets fair post exposure. The favored nations clause are relatively simple to describe. They're a contractual commitment that no other relevant party will receive better or more advantageous terms from the party making the commitment. That makes sense. So, like, so if you and I were doing a show, we would have a favored nations deal where we both make exactly the same amount of money, which is fair. So, like, she probably didn't know that he was getting paid because John Ritter was a giant star.
Yeah, and that is oh yeah, John Ritter.
Yeah, John Ritter.
He was incredible.
He did an episode of News Radio.
Did he really?
Yeah, he's cool. So that was them back in the day, man. It was a great fun show.
So talented.
Someone ever ruined it.
Didn't he do Noises Off, that movie too?
What was that? Noises Off? I don't know what that is. Is that a deaf movie?
I don't know. Dude, I'll tell you this. One time I was walking down the street in New York and they had a deaf group or whatever, like a gaggle or whatever, I don't know what it's called, but they got together and they were outside of a bar talking, and I'm walking up and I'm like, I thought maybe like the world had like shut off or something, I couldn't hear, because I'm seeing all these people interacting, but there was no sound. Oh. And I get close and
here it is, Noises Off. I've never seen this. What is Noisy Loud?
I do recognize that's Christopher Reeves.
Oh, I thought John was.
You know, he is. We're doing a theatrical play.
It's a movie.
Oh.
It's like one shot. It never ends.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But
is it good?
Yeah.
Something to check out?
It's an old movie, yeah.
He was a real sweet guy. He was real. Everybody loved him. He was on the 7 radio for a week and just a super nice guy. Like, there's sometimes you meet people and you hope they're going to be nice because they're nice on TV, you know, but they're not.
Yeah.
And it's really frustrating. It's weird. Like, they're creepy to you. Or they're shitty to you because you're an actor. You're like, oh, wow, you're a cunt. You're fake. You're faking it for television. In real life, you're like this weird, snipey, sort of shitty, fucking insulting person. Yeah, I met a few of those, too.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's very frustrating. Because you're like, God, I thought you were nice. I saw you on TV. You're nice. Just trying to say hi and you're a fucking cunt to me.
Yeah. Yeah, we were supposed to, Michael Landon was supposed to come to our town.
No, it wasn't Aquaman. It's Man from Atlantis.
Was he?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Hey, was he on Little House on the Prairie?
Yeah.
I think he was on the Man from Atlantis too, wasn't he? Everybody would swim like the Man from Atlantis when I was a kid. They'd swim like this because he swam like almost like a dolphin. He didn't swim like a person.
Well, dude, you have to think the first
Wasn't
people.
him? No, who was it? Who was the Man from Atlantis? Who was the main actor? Patrick Double. That's right. I confuse those two.
Well, Joe, you have to think probably the first people. Oh, wow, that dude.
You never saw this? Man from Atlantis?
Make sure you keep it locked to 5FM because when the hype needs a break, that's your cue to win. Get hyped with 5. Check out the 5FM app or website for more info.
Alright, go on to TikTok, Instagram, wherever you find us at 5FM. Let us know, does this Yano?
Is asleep, Kamala? Is it a dance party with Beyonce? 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 Dance party with Beyonce? Dance party with Beyonce? Dance party with Beyonce? With Beyonce?
really coherent.
Patrick Bet David himself is sitting right next to me.
My man.
How are you, my man? It's
I'm
good to see you.
doing good.
Buddy.
How you doing?
I can't complain, man. I can't complain. First of all, how's life these days for you? Let me just get this straight, because we're sitting here in the aftermath of a presidential debate. You are unapologetic about who you're going to vote for, and you have been telling everybody and their grandparents, do you see what's going on the left, et cetera, et cetera. What has life been like for you over the last couple of weeks or so since that debate has taken place?
Since that debate has taken place. I mean, this is probably the most, if we were to talk about a, person who is the face of a league, in sports, you're a sports guy, if you were to say, what is the worst performance the MVP or the face of the league has had in a finals game, in a fight where you're so disappointed, who would you say, right? And no matter who you ask, left, right, or center, everybody will tell you this is the worst performance we've ever seen in the history of any presidential debate. Doesn't matter who you put up there.
Reagan versus Jimmy Carter?
No. This is
Barack Obama versus Mitt Romney, the first go-round?
Well, Romney got it the second go-round, and then Romney on the third go-round. I was on a flight one time with Bill O'Reilly from Burbank to Vegas, and this was an event he was doing back then, I think, with Mr. Just like, I don't know, whatever the time is when Romney and Obama are going back and forth. And I said, hey, what the hell happened? Romney had the lead in second debate. Third debate, he got all stopped. He says, because Romney got feedback from his marketing team that single women voters don't like the way they were hard on Obama, on Benghazi. He took that counsel and he lost. He could have beaten Obama, but he didn't go strong on the third one. No, there's never been anything worse than what we saw here. We've never seen anybody show up, being able to deliver a single message. Allowing Trump to have that one hit to say, honestly, I'm not going to lie to you, I don't know what he just said, and I don't think he even knows what he said. So now the real thing is going to be how quickly the DNC is going to be able to replace. If so, if not, there's many moving parts, but we're living in uncharted territories right now. We're going to see what's going to happen.
It's interesting because you've talked, and we'll get into all of this because I don't know too many people you haven't interviewed, to be quite honest with you. You sat down with me years ago. This is before you brought me to your studios here in Florida. We sat down when you came to see me in New York City. You've interviewed the late great Kobe Bryant. You've interviewed a plethora of other notable figures inside and outside the world of sports and whatever. But I know what level of passion you have for this particular subject. Are you of the mindset, even though I know that you want Trump to win, are you of the mindset that in Biden's case, he should step out of the race or he should finish the deal?
Do you trust in his way to communicate any message with anybody? Do you trust him? Because this is how it works in the world of business, okay? Let's just say, Stephen A., you're running a $3.5 trillion a year company. Let's call this company USA, okay? Let's say I, on behalf of you, I'm going to go negotiate with another guy named Xi or another guy named Vlad. Let's just call him Vlad. Or let's call another guy named Zelensky, okay? Or another guy named Raisi or whoever, Khamenei, that's running Iran, the late Raisi. Would you trust Biden on behalf of you to go negotiate with any one of those guys? I don't think you'd say yes to that. Right? Exactly. So we are the owners of this country. We're the voters, right? We are voting for somebody on behalf of us to go negotiate in a favorable term for us. It's very simple. You have to negotiate favorable terms on the $200 billion we gave to Zelensky. You have to negotiate in favorable terms to put the fear in, Putin to not do what he's doing to, Ukraine. You have to put the fear in Xi. So to me, it's not that simple. It's not even about me and Trump are not friends. I've never broke bread with them to have like a conversation. You probably had more interactions with them one-on-one than I've had with them. I've met him at a UFC fight. Dana made the introduction. I've been to Mar-a-Lago a couple times. I've met his son. I've met him. I've met Don a couple times.
I've never seen him since 2014. That's the last time we saw each other. When we were at a game, at the Knicks game, and he introduced me to Bill O'Reilly at that particular moment in time. And I was the person he called in 2015, when he was trying to purchase the Buffalo Bills. And he said to me on the phone, he said, Stephen A., I want to get the Bills. He said, but I got a feeling these folks are going to get in my way. And his exact words to me, and I've said this publicly, so I'll echo it to you. He said, if them fuckers get in my way, I'm going to get them back. I'm going to run for president. That's exactly what he said. He said this to me in 2014. Wow. He said it to me in 2014, trying to get the Bills. The price for it was $1.4 billion. Yeah. He wasn't able to get it, and there you have it.
Yeah. So think about, by the way, I spoke to him and I said, I'd love to see you on Stephen A. That's one of the first things I told him. I said, I'd love to see you on Stephen A. I think that would be an entertaining interview if you interview Trump.
I wouldn't run from it. I'd gladly interview.
I know you would, and I think it'd be very entertaining for everybody to watch. And if they're watching it right now, they ought to consider it, especially if they did Logan Paul. It'd be a very different kind of an audience to speak to, because a big part of the audience listens to you. So for me, I just did 3 interviews. Today's, whatever the day is, day after 4th of July, we're sitting here. You're working a day after 4th of July. Most of America right now is like, no, it's my 4-day weekend, all this stuff, right? We're grinding, we're working. I asked one of the guys, I said, hey, you're interviewing today. He says, yes. So you sure you want to work for a company that's working on 5th of July, day after 4th of July? He says, I asked the question myself, right? Do you think President Biden is working on the 5th of July? Do you think he's working 6 days a week the way Trump would do? Do you think he would pick up the calls? Do you think he would pick up the calls more than a Newsom? Do you think he would pick up the calls more than any of the other candidates? So the fact that they have him over a Trump as a candidate, I trust Trump in the locker room to sit down and talk to these guys with G. Did you hear the story that when Byron Donalds was on State Steel, the other fellow that was with him that said, hey, what's the best Trump story that you have? He said, he goes one time and talks to the Taliban, and he says, hey, I want you to know something. We're about to exit Afghanistan when I get reelected. When we do, I swear to God, if you do anything to any of my soldiers, even a hair, if anything happens to them, I'm going to kill you. I'm telling you this respectfully. I don't want to have problems with you. Trump gets up, takes out a sheet of paper out of his pocket, hands it to the man with a picture of his house and his family, and walks out.
Wow.
See, I once
Byron Donald told that story.
Byron Donald's associate next to him on Sage Steele's, I'll give you the link afterwards, told the story. And guess what? Do you believe that kind of story? I do. I do believe he would say something like that. I think we need strength today. We don't have it.
Let's get into you for a quick second. And for people who don't know you, just read it from my notes because I want to make sure I have it right. Immigrated to America when you were 10 years of age after your parents fled Iran as refugees during the Iranian Revolution. Is that correct?
Yes.
They were eventually granted U.S. citizenship. Of course, you joined the U.S. military, served in the 101st Airborne after high school. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay, so look at the Patriots. I see you. Launched PHP agency, an insurance, sales, marketing, and distribution company before you turned 30.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So when you think about yourself as a person living here in America, as a guy, family fled from Iran, you're here in America, this American citizen that you are, this pride that you have. Talk to me about what your vision is of what America should be.
What America should be. Okay, so take a look at it. You're the greatest guy in sports commentating ever, right? You're the GOAT. Everybody calls you the GOAT.
I don't call myself.
I'm not saying you calling it. We get to say that. But you're the GOAT in the face of, if I want to find out what something happens with, hey, LeBron James' contract 2 years, $102 million, and he didn't decide to take a lower contract to get, Paul, $104 million or whatever it is to get Paul George or DeMar DeRozan or any of these guys, and Klay Thompson at the option, they went elsewhere. What does Stephen A say about this? Oh, okay, got it. All right, I agree, disagree, but I want to know what you have to say, right? Okay. You're black. I'm Middle Eastern. Stephen A had a 1.8 GPA in high school. I don't think you had a 1.8 GPA in high school, but I had a 1.8 GPA in high school. Parents got a divorce to each other twice. They married, divorced, then remarried. I'm born, then they're divorced. Okay, that's my upbringing. My mother's side, they were communists. My dad's side, they're imperialists. So they were both the same religion, but politically they were on the complete opposite ends. One side, my mom's side, they would say rich people are greedy. My dad would say poor people are lazy. So who's right, who's wrong, right? When I was 14 years old, I come home one day, and I asked my mom, I'm like, Mom, politically, what are we? She says, we're Democrats. I said, really? Yeah. Why are we Democrats? Because Republicans are for the rich and Democrats are for the poor. I said, no way. Yeah. I said, when I grow up, I want to be a Republican one day. I didn't say it.
Just like that?
Just like that.
Wow.
I said, when I grow up, I want to be a Republican one day. Now, I have no clue what we're talking about. I can't stand politics because politics is divided to two people I love the most. I'm not.
Shouldn't there be a case, more serious charges, similar to the doctor who didn't inform the parents that the child is going to come out disabled? Who's going to be held responsible for the deaths? Like if a doctor operates on me and then due to negligence, okay, I will sign indemnity for it, but sometimes due to negligence and they kill you, you can pursue criminally. All right. And so I think there's that as well. But with this, I feel like he'll never pay back the money because he's got the resources. We're going to fight it in court, they're going to go to court, and it's going to be years down the line, still the process. And so I really feel like it's a move in the right direction, but I don't think it's going to yield that desired result.
Investigations are always about recovering the money. And they're saying, let's get the money, let's get some money back. And I say, let's get profit back. From the project, he had only done 63% of the project, 292 million rand. You calculate the profit, give or take 20%, 30%, he probably made 53 million rands in profit. That is the amount of money he made. But he didn't finish the project. Therein lies the issue. Because if you didn't finish, remember, it's a tender. The tender must be done and complete, and then we regard it as a badly done tender. And that's when we start calculating the profit. But if you were given 200 million rands, you didn't spend all of it on the actual project, and now they want profit back. In my opinion, they should be getting the whole money back because the work wasn't done properly.
Why was he paid the entire money if
don't ask
before
me.
The project was even
don't
done?
Ask me.
How does it work?
Don't ask me, Shane. Why was he paid the entire money? Or Phil, rather. I don't know, Phil. Why was he paid the entire money?
Well, I wouldn't know. But here's my thing, though. I think the pertinent question is, why is this not a criminal case and it's a commercial case? Why are they trying to recoup the money instead of actually, charging you criminally? Because I believe that we're the only country in the world where somebody could be liable for 23 deaths
actually, I don't know, but for me, I'm just thinking, okay, I see the numbers, the millions, but I think, why are we not talking about only 3 families have lost their loved ones, and this man is not in jail or held accountable in any way?
Let me defend them slightly and say SAU is about getting the money.
Yes.
But now there's a criminal case that's likely to happen.
Okay.
Because now the matter has been referred to the NPA.
Yeah.
But remember, the NPA will look at the merits of it and decide whether this is worth taking to court or not.
Yeah.
So it's still among the.
You know their reputation.
I didn't say that.
No, but they toothless, man. They're bad reputation. They always mess up the cases.
Yeah.
With those who case, you know, they always mess up the cases till there's a case on you. You know, I always say like, oh God, that they're useless till they're looking for you. That's what police. No, not look for. I mean, we've all had a brush with the law, but not look for me like we're looking for this guy. Yeah, police have never come to my house and knocked once. They were looking for this guy. No. I mean, of course.
You see that smile on his face?
Come on, Renee.
It's a smile of someone that says, I can't tell the story.
Okay.
No, it's the usual.
What is the usual?
The usual. You know, you get caught driving. She likes it clean. You know the usual. Yeah, come on. Feel Renee.
Don't you think that it's a bad image? Because here's the thing, right? So you have the SIU, right, that will go on social media or go out there and announce that they are doing these cases, right? And we are also excited about some accountability that's coming in, right? But they never go anywhere. You know, you've got all these big celebrity names that are like, this one stole this much money, and then you kind of wonder, and then why is this person not being arrested and all of that? So my question then becomes, is it hitting the image of these organizations, right? If there is no end goal that it's now accountability, like criminal charges, or we know that you guys are aware of these crimes being committed because now you are telling us that you are investigating them and you want to recoup this much money, but now you know that these people are criminals, but you're not doing anything about it. Does that not have a negative impact on them?
I think they're doing something about it. We just don't hear the entire story. The way our media reports these things, the sensation is in the looking, finding, and then it's gone. And then it's no longer front page, it's third page, fourth page, it's no longer leading story. However, you're right in saying that not all the cases end up where they're supposed to end up, and we end up not hearing exactly what could have happened.
There are so many. They took Terry Petro's house eventually. Remember, she was implicated.
We saw how that ended.
How did it end?
Yeah, they took the house.
Oh, okay. Tula Cindy, they paid the monies.
Oh. And Arthur has been on that trip.
We don't know the other story. Where did that end?
Exactly. You see, that's the point that we're trying to make, that now to the public it looks like, oh, but they're not doing anything. Look at, they keep on telling us these people are doing this, but hey, their lives continue just as everybody else. So what's the point?
And we forget very quickly.
Yeah, the news cycle, that's the thing, you know, like there's always something happening. And like you said, sometimes the things are continuing behind the scenes. But I don't know why a lot of journalists don't go, hey, you remember this story, and bring it up, because we always forget there's always something happening.
Here's something that's happening. You guys spoke about it last week.
Yeah.
Floyd Chipman.
Legends.
There's an update. Last week it didn't have a name, this thing that he's doing.
The
consultation. Exactly.
Process, yeah.
Well, it's called My Boogie.
Yeah.
It's clearly borrowing from the old tradition of freedom fighting and all of that. In Africa, in this room, can we say together, we'll be accused of supporting him. See, that's the problem. It's always that if you're wearing blue, you're accused of supporting the DA.
True.
If you're wearing yellow,
who's yellow?
Your Sundowns. Come on, get your things right.
And well done, by the way.
Millennium New Year, Y2K, I was in the Virgin Islands sailing around, and I stopped at this island. He told me to see what he bought. He didn't fix the place up yet.
He had just bought it.
Oh, I don't remember what year he bought it, but he didn't build it out yet. So I went to see what he had there. So next year, and he wasn't there at the time. I just went to see what he bought.
Oh, so he was in the place.
Well, I was in there.
Was Chilean at the place?
No.
Okay.
Just the caretakers there.
The caretakers were there. So you were never there when there was a party and with the girls and all this
No,
stuff?
like I said, we didn't hang out together.
When you heard all the news and the accusations that all these, hey, you know, Bill Clinton was flight log is this, and you've seen a flight log list with all these famous names that you hear about. I mean, you've seen the names. I don't need to tell you the names. So many powerful people that actually went to the island. Do you sit there and say, yeah, you know, he probably did some stuff he shouldn't have done, and he's probably guilty of it, some of the things that he
to tell him that they were our age, that they weren't underage. This is again, I like to stick with facts, so this is secondhand information.
Right.
But journalists have spoken to some, have said that they were told not to tell him their true age.
When you went into the house, did you see any famous paintings, like, you know, the Bill Clinton painting people are talking about?
I didn't see that painting, no.
Oh, you didn't? Because this is 2000. Maybe it took a lot longer to paint that painting.
Yeah, I don't know what else.
It's a legendary painting. So, okay, you know, the Diddy case. Are you following the Diddy case at all?
No, not whatsoever.
You're not a big fan? You don't listen to hip hop? You're not a hip hop guy?
No, I mean, I like some music, you know, but I'm not interested in Diddy.
Okay. Well, let me kind of give you why I'm bringing the Diddy case, which is kind of interesting, is the claims against Diddy by, you know, maybe Gene Deal, his former bodyguard that was with him all the time, or some of these other names that are coming and making the claims, Jaguar Wright and all this stuff, and also, boom, they're raiding his Miami home and his LA home, right? Okay. And, you know, I go back and I sit there and say, well, if you went to a Diddy party, he had cameras everywhere. He recorded everything. So what if he's got videos on all these other people? And if he's got these videos, you know, they're worried that what if Diddy decides to leak those videos? And what if Diddy got so much power with these videos that he's negotiating to get full protection, and he's kind of pushing the weight a little bit too much? And hey man, you just crossed the line, and you're not as powerful as you think you are, because these videos that you have and these tapes, that we can really destroy your life. Well, if you do. And then you think, well, Epstein, who had all these parties, and maybe people that went to his place, and everybody wonders, you know, how did Epstein even make his money? You know, your impression of the guy, you know, being a billionaire, $600-700 million, what is your impression of how your brother made his money? Because he made a lot of money.
He made a lot of money. Well, he started on Wall Street when he was young. And he started on Wall Street when...
He was a math teacher before, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, he taught math at, in the school in New York City.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he was very good at math. Right. Let's put it that way. And he was on Wall Street in the days when Wall Street was like the Wild West. And there's a lot of corruption going on. I remember we were still living in Brooklyn, and he started on Wall Street. And he came home one day. This got to be in the late 70s when he started. And he said to me, I'll never forget, he said, if the general population knew what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution in this country. That's a direct quote from him in the late 70s.
In the late 70s?
Yeah, when he started on Wall Street. You know, he was like the youngest partner on Wall Street when he became a partner of Bear Stearns.
Got it. Yeah.
And all the corruption going on.
He looks like a skinny Lou Ferrigno here. Yeah. I don't know if you know.
Yeah.
Does he not? Am I like the only one?
Absolutely.
Put a Lou Ferrigno next to him. He looks like a Lou Ferrigno twin.
That's why I'm laughing, because it's so true.
And young. Yeah. Oh my God, he looks just like Lou Ferrigno. No relation, right? You guys did?
No.
Yeah. Wow, that was a little too close. Look at that. That is wild.
It's very deceptive on your part.
Yeah. So, okay, so late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is.
Is it pop?
That is wild.
It's very deceptive on your part.
Yeah. So, okay, so late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is.
If the population knew how much corruption and what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution.
Did he ever break it down and kind of give you some ideas, or not really?
Yeah, he gave me a for instance.
What was some of the...
Well, one instance I remember, he said in the old days, you know, before they changed things, a broker would buy, say, $1 million worth of stock in the morning, and then he'd sell it at the end of the day. If the stock went up, he would then apportion it to the clients he liked. You know, if the stock went up, he'd say, okay, I bought $200,000 for client A, $200,000, you know, for different people, and they get the gains. And if the stock went down for some reason, he can give the losses or whatever you want to give the losses to. So that's been changed. I understand now, well, brokers not really around. Everybody's doing their own work. But then when they changed it, when the broker bought the stock in the morning, he had to declare then who he was buying it for. So then if the stock went up, or the stock went down, those people had the gain or the loss. He couldn't then give the gains to Jim's and the losses to the So that was like just one simple example of what used to take place.
Anything else he told you or no?
Well, yeah, then he actually hooked up with an attorney, and they started going after brokers that were ripping people off. I remember there was one case, I don't know who the client was, but the guy gave a broker $3 million to invest. And after a number of trades, the money was gone. And the broker basically said, well, you know, we made 10 trades and they all lost. Now, Jim was a mathematician, and he knew that statistically, it's almost impossible to lose 10 trades in a row, just like it's almost impossible to win 10 trades in a row. Like the odds are kind of the same. So when he sees that every trade was a loss, you know, even if you did it randomly, you're going to get some gains. So then they started digging into this, and they found that there was a lot more trades made, and you know, money was mishandled, and they would go after the broker and reclaim money. And whatever money they reclaimed for the investors, they got 50% of. So they made a lot of money reclaiming money that was basically stolen from investors. This is what used to take place.
So what was? But I mean, all of that stuff is great, but Mark, to go from $500,000 a year, $1 million a year, $2 million a year, $3 million a year, $5 million a year, $10 million a year, it's hard to make 6 figures. It's harder to make $1 million. It's harder to make $10 million. $600-700 million. How do you make that kind of money?
You make good investments.
Do you know anyone of the best investments he ever made?
That he made? I don't know anyone in particular. I know We didn't talk too much about it, but I know at one point in time he owned, was one of the owners, if not the owner, of the company that made football helmets. I think it's Rydell. You know, they make all the sports team helmets. He bought that company, they were in trouble and everything, and he eventually sold it and made a lot of money with that. I don't know the details of it, but I know he sent me a helmet, so I knew that he actually had the company.
Who is this one guy that we did 2 stories on? The one billionaire that said he paid $120 million of consulting fee to Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, that was Black.
Yeah, that's Black, right?
Yeah, because I heard that on the news also.
Yeah, Leon Black. Can you go up and just put Leon Black and put Epstein? Leon Black, Epstein. And for estate planning is what I remember. Estate planning. Said he spent there it is, okay. A billionaire paid Jeffrey Epstein $158 million for tax estate planning. Look, you're smart, okay? And I would use the word astute. Who the hell has ever spent $158 million on estate planning services? I just did estate planning. And I know some of these estate planners that are the high-end estate planners that deal with billionaires. I was at an event a few weeks ago. Only 60 billionaire families were invited. I was there myself. We're at a Goldman Sachs event. It's in Newton, Chicago. It was a very intimate event. And even those guys use similar estate planners that you go through, and you know you can do unique ways of doing it. The irrevocable life insurance trust, the ILAs, all the stuff that you do. Okay. You want the world to believe Leon Black gave Epstein $158 million just for tax planning services? If you're enjoying this interview as much as I enjoyed doing it when I was sitting with him, you may want to order the shirt already, because the word allegedly is used a lot in an interview like this, and it's right, you can order the shirt. Last time we launched the allegedly, it sold out in no time. And trust me, it's very interesting, the looks you get when you're in the airport, at the gym, you get a shirt on that says allegedly. People will come and smile at you, laugh at you, but many times they'll say, where did you get the shirt? So pause the video, place your order, and then go back to the interview. Take care, everybody. You want the world to believe Leon Black gave Epstein $158 million just
this is how we roll the proverbial carpet to get on out of here, but it also serves a dual purpose of ushering in, okay, the touchdown, led by the queen herself. She's Ludi Lou. Why you laugh, man?
What's good? Not the proverbial carpet. I mean, come on.
It was a low-hanging fruit, but it was there.
As always.
It was there. I had to grab it. Do you understand?
You know what? The rap knife will never disappear.
I tried though.
He is forever here.
I tried to smother him.
No, don't. He can stay. Don't smother him. Let him try. Okay. I think he needs to give him a day of week. That's not bad. Like Friday, like Thursday. You're just fully in that zone.
Yeah. Because I do have like rap Tourette's. You know say where you have like involuntary yo where you like bring him in.
Flourishing like a Friday. I have grills Friday. I wear my grills on Friday.
There you go.
Sometimes though. Yeah. Cool. I think you should do it. Make it big.
Sounds like a plan, man. What's coming up in the show, man?
Oh man, you know how it goes with us, right? So we're celebrating with our telco family. They're unrolling, or rather unwrapping, the Into Summer Magic campaign, and we're also doing giveaways. So that's going to be really, really beautiful. And later, Open John from Old Mutual is also going to be the son, and we're talking trust funds. So for anybody who's got questions, want to understand how they work, do the right thing and tune in between 3 and 6 on the touchdown. We're really, really going to have so much fun.
And listen, between the three of us, man, these are combos we need to be a part of.
Absolutely.
Because we've got youngsters.
Yes.
Oh. Well.
What do you mean?
I remember my kids being little and going, oh, we're rich. Like, no. You have nothing. I have money.
Sounds like a real wealthy parent. You know, wealthy parents always have
They were like, hey,
that's not your money. It's my money. You're just benefiting from my life. But, you know.
Sure.
So I'm very, very interested in trust funds. I really want to understand more.
Same.
See what I can do for my little ones. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that conversation with our family at Old Mutual.
We look forward to it too. Malcolm, we're out of here.
We are. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Indeed, have a goodie.
Welcome to SACAP. Press 1 if you want a qualification with a strong human focus. Press 2 if you're looking for accredited degrees, diplomas, and higher certificates. Press 3 if you want a college with a 27-year track record.
27 also happens to be South Africa's international dialing code, fitting for a college that's responsive to South Africa's workplace and community needs. Visit sacap.edu.za to learn more. Your future's calling.
Play Powerball and Powerball Plus for 94 million rand in total estimated jackpots this Tuesday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for an estimated 27 million rand and Powerball Plus for an estimated 67 million rand today. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529 hash for USSD. Panda push up play. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. Ituba is a proud operator of the National Lottery.
Who plays the hottest music?
This must be heaven.
We do. We are Metro FM. It's where you want to be. connected, no matter where you are or where we are. It's where you want to be.
Rising up because of BLM, because slavery existed and this isn't a racism, then I'd say, okay, fine, fair bait. But it feels exceptional to me that the same people who applauded me for this exact same rhetoric, and I'm going to give you an example here, David Horowitz of the Horowitz Freedom Center, he's a despicable human being. How dare you give me a literal award in a award and say you are so great for tackling BLM and talking about all of the ills of Black Lives Matter and talking about how we're using this one issue and they're destroying communities and they're doing all of that. And then when I say, oh wow, look at this issue going on post October 7th, you suddenly go, no, you're an anti-Semite of the week and you deserve to have your entire life destroyed. I don't accept Jewish supremacy, and that's what it sounds like to me when you have individuals who didn't care when I said the exact same thing, who still don't care, as I still cover Black American issues like Sexy Red and Cardi B and talk about how their fame is completely fake and that there's some system that allows this stain to float to the top, and yet you're so sensitive if it has to do with a Jewish person. Also white people. The people that get the most coverage on my show are white people. I'm constantly pointing to what's happening in their TikTok trends and what they're doing, and they're not offended. So it actually, to me, is like snowflake culture that's gone writ large in the Jewish community, and they're just calling everything anti-Semitism, like Black Americans called everything racism in 2020, and I'm consistent. I find it boring, and I'm not going to be like persuaded against talking about these topics because there's a Jewish sensitivity. So this is a great conversation. I mean, Ami and I are just talking purely. You know what I appreciate? A brand that is not afraid to stand by me as I do that. A brand that allows me a platform to speak freely about the most important issues that we are facing as a country. That's why I'm so happy to say Pure Talk is still my wireless company. If you haven't made the switch yet, I encourage you to switch now. Pure Talk puts you on America's most dependable 5G network and offers unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $20 a month. Why would you still be with Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile? You can literally get the best coverage, 100% US-based customer service team, plus your family can save up to $1,000 per year. They'll also be supporting American jobs, the U.S. veteran-led company, and the great charities that Pure Talk supports as well, like America's Warrior Partnership, who's on the front lines of preventing veteran suicide. So go to puretalk.com/Owens and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month when you make the switch today. Again, go to puretalk.com/Owens and support a wireless company who shares your values.
Right. Well, I mean, I find it really interesting because I think the way you're coming at it is as if the Jewish community is acting woke and snowflakey, and the way I'm coming at it from seeing what you're saying is that is like using woke collectivist sort of leftist tactics and sort of generalizing about groups and using like using the identity as paramount, as if that's relevant in any way to the stories you're covering.
But I didn't say,
You know what I mean?
say it was relevant. That's what I'm saying. I never said that it was relevant that Magnus Hirschfeld was a Jew. No more than I said that before other people that I had mentioned before I got to Magnus Hirschfeld. Sigmund Freud was also in that segment. He happens to be Jewish. But I also didn't say that their Judaism was the reason for this, or if they view it as a race, that because they're racially Jewish, that this was the reason for this. I never connected that dot. I simply said their names, and Jewish people got offended. They just cannot handle that there could have been a Jewish pervert that existed and had a weird sex institute. He wasn't a pervert. I'm sorry. Magnus Hirschfeld's a pervert. I find it weird and extraordinary that someone would race to defend a pervert. Like if someone was like, hey, here's a black pedophile, I'm not like, how dare you talk about this black pedophile? We're going to defend this black pedophile. How dare you talk about this at all? I find that to be quite bizarre. Like you're actually not required, because you're a Jewish person and this guy happens to be Jewish, to defend him. Magnus Hirschfeld, because he has nothing to do with Jewish faith.
Right, but if you went on to say every time you said, I'm just asking questions, it's a black pedophile, I don't know what's going on with black people, but something's going on here, and then when black people got offended, you'd say, why can't I, and like, making it part of the narrative is what's.
But you're making that up. You don't have several episodes where I said, I'm not going to, that's just you kind of saying that right now. You gave a specific example about Magnus Hirschfeld, and I told you this was an episode where I was talking about psychology, and I had listed 4 Christians in that exact same monologue. No Christians. Okay. No Christians were outraged because no Christians are snowflakes, right? So they weren't like, why is Candace pointing out what the Christians are, that there were Christian perverts in the past, and yet the Jewish community post October 7th has gotten a little snowflakey. Everybody can see that, except even speaking to your point, by the way, and I'm sorry to cut you off here because this kind of even proves it further. When we first began that conversation with Dave Smith, and you were talking about these people online that hate Jews, you know, these anonymous accounts, and I had a Jewish friend who had messaged me and asked me, can you publicly disavow these people that are saying bad stuff about Jews? What an absurd notion. Welcome to the internet. Every time I've logged on since I was anti-BLM, I'm being called a coon, I'm being called an N-word, I'm being called a house N-word, and I've never reached out to my Jewish friends and said, hey, do me a favor and disavow these random accounts on the internet? It's like, grow up. I'm sorry. If this is too much for you to handle on Twitter, log off. You're adults. This is how the internet works. Have you even played the stupid game the boys like to play? You ever read that chat on, what is it called? Grand Theft Auto. I don't know, I think it's Grand Theft Auto, or one of the ones that
there's a troll just
it's like October 7th, like, where is everybody going to defend us from these anonymous trolls online? I'm like, goodbye. I'm sorry. I'm 35 years old. You need your hands held because there's anonymous accounts that are saying memes of you on the internet, and you gotta log off. You just gotta log off. You shouldn't be in politics at all. You really shouldn't. You're too soft to be in politics.
I didn't bring this up in the last conversation because I think it just was distracted from the issue that we were discussing, but a clear example of this that I'd say raises legitimate concerns. So, and I saw you talk about this with Pierce Morgan too when you brought up Kanye West and those remarks. Okay, so I know you're bored of the subject, but just for the sake of clarity, what Kanye West said, I'm going deaf country on Jewish people. Nothing to do with Israel, nothing to do with policy. He said deaf country on Jewish people. And you admitted, I think, in videos after that, from what I've seen, and the stuff I haven't seen, but from what I've admitted, I fumbled on that a little bit.
617-940-940. Richard.
Like I say, yes, I was 15 years old. I had just been on a confirmation camp, and Sunday morning of the confirmation, I was asked to share my experience with the congregation, and yeah, I had to stand up there on the altar.
Continue on M9 for 1.5 kilometers.
And yeah, since then I've been used 34 years later, and I'm still standing on the altar on Sunday mornings, sharing experiences of faith. So yeah, this was my first time I actually got used to speak publicly.
Thank you so much for sharing, Richard, and keep on spreading the good news, my friend. And stay blessed, okay? Keep it coming on WhatsApp or Telegram, 0617-940-940. Can you still remember the first time you spoke in front of an audience? What was the occasion? Were you nervous? Did you survive?
Sudah kan? Ya.
In 600 meters, turn left onto Main Road, M7.
izindlu zasestadium iyaba yindawo ephakathi naphakathi eyawuzinceda into yobana bonke abantu basebuffalo city nabazawusuka kwezinye bawukwazi uyawufikelela khona.
Okay, iyavakala. Uthini ke umongo enizawube nigxile kuwo?
Umongo esizawugxila kuwo njengoko senditshilo ndathi urhulumente uye wajonga wabona into yobana kufuneka abale into yobana ukusukela oko yaqala i-HIV ngaloo nyaka yaqala ngayo sele ehambe umgama ongakanani. Umgama ke uhanjiwe sisokola okanye amaxwebhe esokola onke ezama ukunyanga i-HIV kambeni kahealth iswele belisokola kakhulu lona kuba bekufuneka lizise amayeza. Iinzame ke zenziwe kwathi kwaba kuyafumaneka into yobana amachiza akhona njengoko sizaziba ngokuthetha ngento yobana abantu abapositive batya i-ARVs ke ndayazi uba ayo igciwane le-HIV. Therefore ke ngoku eyona nto
phambi kokuba nje uqhubekeke ndiyacela uqonde uba ndikuphazamise ndifuna siye evenkileni and then ubuye ke ngoku uqhubekeke. Utyhafiswe yintoni namhlanje? Amahlaba neenaliti, isholo, iinyawo ngathi ziyatsha, ubungazisukile sokuqala siphathela i-probiotics. I-probiotics inamandla okuzipheleyo ikhaliza lo nyaka olufanele ngaphandle kokubakhulula ezomhlaba sibhalele imeko namhlanje nakwindlela ifamasi ekufuphi kuwe. I-probiotics oludala oluzisa amakhobo esukile egazini.
Switzerland.
Doesn't when you need to join the middle, mommy like what?
Remember, get people. Ezenzelwe ukwenza isakhiwo sakho sihlale sithe qhashi ngombane. Ukuqala kwikhethi nezintambo. Izitshixo zedongeni kwaneso phezu kolifaka isibane, iglobes nokunye okuninzi. Kanti okumka umbane, yiza kuthi sikubonise ezinye iimveliso ongazisebenzisa. Iya kwabhiko okufuphi kuwe ukhanyise ithemba. Ikho masakhe kuyo.
Kwilizwe apho ubuhlungu sele yinto eqhelekileyo, amandla empilo aye afumaneke kumazwi athi upholo. Yiba noTsidi Monteiro kwinkqubo ethi Masixolelane, apho ubudlelwane buvuselelwa khona nalapho uxolo lufumaneka rhoqo ngomvulo ngentsimbi yesithoba ebusuku ukuya kwintsimbi yeshumi elinesibini. Apho siva khona amabali okwenyani, sifunde kubantu ngabantu. Masixolelane no-TSIDI kumhlobo wenene FM.
Hashtag AAM, umhlobo wenene FM.
Over the next 30 years.
Why do you think that is? What happened? What changed?
In the in our studies, red, white, and black, we looked at the experiences. We looked at 6 major plantations to find out what the state of marriage was of slaves. 75% of those slaves had a man or woman raising children. The nuclear family continued to prosper in the face of segregation for 100 years. But all of that changed in the 60s with the poverty movement.
Johnson.
Yes. Johnson came in, and what happened was the social scientists who were pushing socialism on America, Fowler and Piven at Columbia, said if you disconnect work from income, then school dropout rates will increase, drug addiction, all of those things. And so what the government did was offer welfare as an alternative to a man in the house. We relaxed the rules, we separated work from income, and as a consequence, that was supported by the Black Power movement. Also, the women's movement was anti-man. And so you had a combination of social policy, but policy alone wouldn't done. The federal government enticed welfare, black people on welfare. Blacks, welfare used to be stigmatized in the black community, but the federal government began to interpret it as reparations and as entitlements. They withdrew any requirement that you should tell the paternity of the father, of the paternity in cases of pregnancy. All of these, so that more blacks came into the welfare system in the first 5 years of the 70s. That millions flooded into the system at a time when the unemployment rate was under 4%. So it is a combination of social policies plus the civil rights movement morphed into a race grievance industry, and many of those civil rights leaders became mayors and elected to public office, where we spent $22 trillion during that period on programs to aid the poor, where 70 cents of every dollar went not to the poor, but those who served the poor.
What percentage of it?
70%.
70% of the 22 trillion went to the people that serve the poor.
They asked which problems are fundable, not which problems are solvable. So in other words, a friend of mine described it this way. He's having a cabin built in Wisconsin. His electrician is a drunk, and the carpenter is an alcoholic, has one leg. Their value to him is their skills. But if he was a disabilities director, their value to him would only be the disability. So we have a situation where we have really created a commodity out of poverty.
And by the way, when you're saying these numbers, what it makes me think about is this. So why, if you go back to the 1940s, you know, only 4% of kids that were born in America are to a single mother.
Right.
Okay? That increased from 4% to 40%. Okay? And the numbers are staggering. What's that today? 70% of blacks are different in, you know, different communities. Why do you think this happened? And, you know, if you were to say, well, here's how we can get away from this, this is how to fix it. So one, why did it happen? How do we get here? Two, how would you fix it?
Well, first of all, we got here because we had the social policy that incentivized single parents. In other words, I had a young couple. She said that my husband's a janitor and I'm a secretary, and he lost his job. She said, I applied for welfare as a married couple and they refused me. But she said, if I was a single mother, then I can get help. And so you really provide a disincentive for marriage, and you wonder why you get it. You get more of what you reward and less of what you punish. And so over those decades, we have punished single parent households. The more you work, the more in other words, the more you work, the more perverse incentives for you. If I work and get a raise, I'm going to lose childcare. So that's why we have a system that disincentivizes work and marriage.
And you had certain politicians that would use that because they would spin it for votes. Oh, we're paying poor women to have kids. You would hear that in political speeches. I'm going to change that. We're paying poor women to have kids, and it made it sound like that the poor women were the problem. Right. That they're just taking advantage of it. You know, when you go back and what you're talking about, I think it's important to look at Lyndon Johnson and remember when they were saying the Great Society, it was Great Society for who? Because the government was our government has been actually pretty bad at getting Americans to move and change. They're pretty good at getting us upset, but they really don't get Americans, if you look at history, to really move and change. Our government has never really led, but our government has been excellent at being a catalyst of where they want us to go and to let us go. And to your point, they create this catalyst. You know, what they say with explosive, the explosive isn't the problem, it's the catalyst you put in explosive, so always keep those guys separate. Government has been the catalyst, and what you're talking about is what they did is they knew what they were doing, and they knew that these things would be a catalyst of changing behavior because they couldn't stand at the pulpit of government and demand that you change, but they could put things out there and sit back and watch, and that's what you're saying.
Right, but I also realized that the question is, what are solutions? If you say that 70% of those families are raising children that are dropping out of school, it means 30% are not. What we do at the Woodson Center is we go into low-income communities. We go into the homes of the 30% to find out what is going on in those households. These are people who are raising children that are not dropping out of school, they're not in jail, they're not on drugs. They're confronted with the same economic circumstances. And so the question is, what is it that's going on there?
Right, that's successfully exclusive. Yes.
So that's why I fault conservatives also, is that they have been preoccupied when it comes to poverty, but only studying failure. Charles Murray and some of the others, all they do is talk about, okay, if people on welfare, let's take away the perverse incentives. I'm for work requirements. I'm for drug testing. But you can't stop there. What we do at the Woodson Center is that we go look for capacity. And so many of the people in the 30%, we need to hold them up and take what works for the 30% and expand it to the 70%, and that's what we do. But it's a moral and spiritual crisis, and it is not an economic and social crisis. But policy, be the left or right of center, takes very little into account of restoration, moral redemption, faith. And many of our kids who have been able to survive under the worst of slavery is because of their faith. But the whole issue of faith is not even a factor in supporting people's restoration. We have gone into some of the most drug-infested, crime-ridden neighborhoods where there were 53 gang murders in the 5 square block area 2 years, 25 years ago, DC. We supported 5 young men who were ex-offenders who came to Christ and became redeemed. But they had the moral authority and the social trust of their peers, and so they went into these neighborhoods and brought the leadership of these kids who were doing destructive things. And they became agents of demoralization of these kids. And it's just like in the marketplace, only 3% of the people are entrepreneurs. They generate 70% of the jobs, right? Well, a lot of these organizations are social entrepreneurs. It only takes a small number of them. If you can change them and make them an agents of a restoration, they can change a whole community. And we found that to be the case in this community called Benning Terrace. By just going in and reaching 16 kids who were leading predators and changing their values and their attitudes.
How do you do that?
By witnessing to them. You take some man who has been in jail, who has faced all the challenges of from an abused household, saying, you are not defined by the works of what you were. And I'm a witness that you don't have to stay there because you've been there.
Where did the self-help mindset come from? Where did the self-help mindset come from?
By looking at what we did in the past. In other words, what I've done by learning, if our people could, in the face of slavery and discrimination, build families and restore their communities, then all we've got to do is go back and take the values that serve the interests of our people then and apply them today. In other words, taking old values and apply them to new realities, with the consequence that you can. But a witness is more powerful than an advocate, and experience will always prevail against an argument. I debated this with Hawk Newman. It's on YouTube for 1 hour. I didn't argue with him. I confronted his proposition with my facts and saying, if we were able to learn and close the education gap under segregation, why can't we do it today? And so that's what you have. But we don't realize the power of somebody coming to a young man or young woman who has been engaged in antisocial behavior. Supply them with a mentor that witnesses to them to say, why don't you use your skill and talents to rebuild the community and not tear it down?
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
Mental health effects of the current protocols promoted for the care of children and adolescents in the United States who express discomfort with their biological sex. This declaration was authored by the American College of Pediatricians, but really it was developed from the expertise of hundreds of doctors, researchers, and other healthcare workers and leaders who, for years, have been sounding the alarm on the harmful protocols that continue to be promoted by the medical organizations in the United States. Despite recent revelations from the leaked WPATH files and the recent release of the final report from the CAST review, these medical organizations have not changed course. So we are calling on these medical organizations of the United States.
The question should be, what are you learning from this? How would you use this power, the power that Trump's using? Trump's using his power of the presidency, the power that he's given. Stewart said, it's enough with the he is a Hitler, stop doing that. What would you effing do if you had the presidency? Okay, so, and first of all, John, they can't stop doing that. You know the Democrats can't stop doing the how dare you, and they can't stop calling him a fascist. Secondly, you know what they would do if they had Trump's power. You watch them do it. They made everyone take experimental medical treatments. They locked us down. They closed people's businesses. They started, they ended a war in the worst way possible and started another war.
They charged him with a felony for selling his house to Jon Stewart, right?
Yeah, that's right. So that's what they did, and then they prosecuted their political opponents. That's what they did. But they had that power. What would you do? That's what they did. You saw them do it over the last 4 years. You know damn well what they would do. They used the power of the FBI to sink 5,000 of their agents out of political movement to disband it, discredit it, and criminalize it. That's what they did. You know damn well what they would do.
What they do, they look for all the someone who tells you what they actually think. Look for all parents. And look at someone who tells you what they think, like the discover the earth. That's what they would do. They really want to come on and all the states what she thinks. But this is the cycle we find ourselves in. First of all, triple dynamics. Every action is met with a very small overreaction. These margins are sick. They are massive.
So this is when Trump was giving out pardons. They're like, these are sick. Right? Remember that? But then when Biden did it.
They are un-American. This is one of the most egregious and despicable acts in American history. This is sensible authoritarian talk. I caution you to others.
Major and submissive liberal crying.
But they're talking about Trump giving pardons to the January 6th people. Oh my God. Yeah.
You heard what John said the last thing? I should take it as the submissive liberal crying, which is like funny as true. He did take that.
He did take that.
Into the mixture. You're in submissive liberal crying 101. Isn't it? Is it an abuse of power? I don't know. But that is his constitutional power. Again, for some reason, we have given presidents the power of the king. And then we say, oh, by the way, with the power, we're going to get all like kingly balls, right? This part-time host and occasional funny man, Jon Stewart, calling out Democrats and establishment media for their incessant hypocrisy and fear-mongering about Donald Trump and the Republicans. Welcome to Nerd News. I'm Nurkish, and it looks like it's one of those rare times when the left goes so far that...
No, this isn't neurotic. This is Nerd News.
Even liberals like Jon Stewart are forced to point out their lies, which have been almost too many to count since the start of President Trump's second term. Here's Stewart slamming top Democrats and the media for doing the only thing they know how to do. Try to terrify Americans into doing what they want them to. The return to 1600 Triple Avenue was as disorienting and chaotic as I imagined. Then we have weekend. Serenity now. Then we can finally catch our breath. Begin to move forward. And intentionality. Friday night massacre. Friday night purge. Showing purge. The purge. Ah! Trump is ushered in the purge! Not in that font!
Argument was that, but you are the ones who are making celebrities activists. They don't have to be activists. You get what I'm saying? What's your point of that?
No, I agree. Even Sheba made a video now, saying, hey man, if you're failing to raise your kids, and it's been a thing forever. Remember that iconic interview Deborah Petter had with Kanyumbao? Same thing. She was like, yo man, I'm not the guy. I'm not a role model, right? And I feel like, and it's the challenge that parents have with their kids versus what they consume.
Yeah.
You know, and it's tricky because at the same time you are in a position of influence, but also how did you get to a position of influence? You did not say that I'm the one to look to. I'm the guiding star for, you know, a great life. Your kids must live like me, etc. If you like me and you happen to like me and then I do something foul, you can't then hold me accountable because you're like, yo, son, I tell my kids about you. I tell my kids about you. I tell my kids, yeah, you must speak like Saul. You know, you must be smart and whatever you think I am, like Saul. Because you make that decision at home. But also, though, at the same time, oh man, it's so tricky. But with somebody like Shebe, come on, bro.
Like for me,
from onset, that's his brand. That's who he is.
To add on, but there's also, okay, we can look at it back, guys. I didn't ask to be anyone's role model. I'm also living my life. It's just what happens. You know, you guys like me, you like my music or whatever it is that I put out there. But then there's also the other side, which says what's great. Something comes great responsibility. Power comes with responsibility.
And it is power and influence.
With a huge platform and influence comes responsibility.
But with Shebe though, come on. But a guy like Shebe, his identity has always been being the I'm finding the word for it, man. You know? No, the renegade. The delinquent. He said he's always been a delinquent. He robbed people, he took phones, and when he recorded his first song, was coming in through the window to rob people. So, yeah, man, it's the truth. It's his truth, you know. Grew up in a caravan park, the white killed black friends. life is fucked up. He's got this child, doesn't know how to take care of him, works in a restaurant, and he was rapping about his life and his truth. So how do you then tell a guy like that to stop saying fuck mom when that's his life? No, that's my thing. Like Kanyibao, her rise to fame and to the spotlight was young girl dates an old man because he's got money, rich man. So how do you then expect? Why would you have the expectations of the influence that she comes with for her to have the responsibility of being family friendly when what she has built to that point? I mean, she's done lots of great things since then, acting and right, but to that point, it was built on something that the public frowns upon. Yeah. So how do you expect an Ashebe to say then, okay,
sorry guys, I'll be centered or
and Matt made a great thing that we expect a lot from him, but he's just living his life, and his fame was almost coincidental. Instantaneous and coincidental. He didn't sit and say I want to be famous one day and be a role model. He's probably the same guy that he was, maybe even diluted now because there's so much spotlight on him. Yeah, because he was 5-10 years ago.
Yeah, because it would be weird, like walking on the red carpet with crystal meth. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm just saying things.
People. But you know, the Shebe thing, bruh. Like for me, and maybe this is my conclusion on that.